mom says you can do better. He's so immature, you're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser, he's anything but pure, you're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me, bad for me, bad for me, bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me, bad for me, bad for me, bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature, you're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, sweet Carolina. If there's nowhere else to go, with a country music song playing on your radio. From the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me, how you gonna get out of this hot mess? Tell me, it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tail at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess? You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess. This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. This is the moment I find the answer. Redefine, hear it in my soul. Redefine what I thought was Redefine, hear it in my soul. Redefine, hear the thunder It's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your Dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see your red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks, the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I try to hide this feeling from myself, but I'm in love with you, baby. I don't want nobody else. I try to forget you, but you're always on my mind. From the minute I wake up in the morning till I lay my head at night. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help
Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you. Do you think that we could move into each other's space now, without a changing mood, without us playing games now? It's you that I've wanted, you make my heart smile. My eyes are begging for more. The way that you move got me feeling wild. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you. When I'm with you. So good, so good. You take my hand, my head spins around. You're in my bed, so baby, let's get high. So good, so good, so good. So good, so good. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you.
You pick me up, you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break as long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's
Whoever it is you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show 'em all that you're gonna shine like a star. Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change it for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
know I am not gonna wanna leave. No, no, not me. A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end?
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't. I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. We are the Texas skyline, sweet Carolina. If there's nowhere else to go, with that country music song playing on your radio. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. On Louisiana.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess.
因为我也是第一次在 LPL 进季后赛嘛，所以我觉得走一轮是一轮嘛，然后每一把都会进步一点。
就是季后赛输了的话，就相当于被别人送回家了嘛。然后 就是千万不能让这种事情发生吧。然后很希望送你们回家。
就虽然我们现在状态不是特别好，但我觉得经过可能这几天的调整，然后季后赛我们会发挥得更好。
个人的话，就希望自己状态越来越好吧，然后也希望团队可以打得越来越好，然后可以去赢下季后赛。
我们现在已经跟之前不一样了，我们会从最下面的排名，然后争取杀到最后一轮。我们这一次会打败你们。
就我们自己当时版本理解有点错误吧，然后前4我们一个都没赢，就有点可惜。然后我希望后面能把他们全赢下来。
作为一个职业选手来说，我打职业之前和打职业打到现在的目标都是冠军。
最后看到我们实力就是不只是30名，我们以前不是常规赛初期的我们了，希望他们谨慎一点。
我觉得 BO3 的话运气比较偏多一点吧，然后在 BO5 里面纯看硬实力。季后赛我只有一个目标，就是冠军。
就是我想对季后赛遇到我们的对手说，就是遇到我们，你们可能要提前回家了。
If that intro ain't got you hyped, we'll make sure to deliver it straight to your doorstep. We are back with the LPL Summer Playoffs, and we are back with an absolute banger in round 2. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmare, the likely duo, and we have the pleasure of casting NIP's potential Dream Miracle run, or Weibo having some strong things to say after a very rocky split, Nightmare.
Absolutely. I think these two teams, they had very different expectations coming into the year. They're matching up now, and once you leave this match, you can throw those expectations out the window because there is only one team going forwards. And the winner of this gets into, at minimum, the World's qualifiers after the playoffs is finished.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We've set the course ahead. You see what's on the menu, but we got to look at yesterday now as well because we had a very, very long series itself. And I know I'm just sitting here at the top of the predictions at a 3-2 for EDG, but my goodness, what a drag-out fight between these two.
It was, and the reason why NIP or Weibo will make it to the qualifiers if they win is because they will leapfrog OMG, who lost this series. After game 1, we saw what the OMG could do with stuff like the Tristana pick, and they basically never got that pick again in this series.
Yeah.
And particularly later on, you could see the consistency in the clutch moments that EDG had. Yes, OMG had some great team fights. They played with so much of the charisma they've had throughout so much of this year, and they have been a top 4 team for parts of this year, just not here when it counted. EDG, they were by far the more clutch team on the day, and Uzi was an incredibly clutch player on the day.
Don't doubt my king. Day and night, they call him, and he steps up to the plate every single time. Even got some good Vayne gameplay going on, but it wasn't without some fight back, right? OMG still showed they are that gritty team that will skirmish you to the death. You get to see little bright moments like this one right here.
Oh, for sure. And we saw that particularly in the early games. Where it really started to fall apart was later in. As you see up there, it's 2-1 up here, and well, things didn't go as well after this point. There was some misplays.
Yeah.
Ala picking up a 1v2 up here and gets the 2 here because actually dashes into the stun. And it's moments like this where OMG just couldn't quite stick the killing blow to it. And the later it went, it was about whether Cream could land these Kai'Sa Ws in the important fights, and they could just about get away with some even fights. And then later on into the game, as I'm sure you'll see coming up, it was a bit of a disaster for OMG, but they did keep it oh so close. That's why it was so heartbreaking.
I will say, if you leave Uzi in a backline untouched, he will wreak havoc on your team. And we saw that so abundantly clear in this series itself. And a couple moments like this from OMG, some big slip-ups and key moments. When a best of 5 is all you have left potentially in your season, that just can't happen. It means OMG bow out. They will not be in contention for qualification to Worlds. And it's a heartbreaking season end for OMG, but a wonderful come-up for EDG.
And the both of us thought that EDG might run away with it against OMG, but in my heart of hearts, I kind of hoped that OMG would win it because of the way that they've played this year, the way that they played very differently. But as we've seen, EDG, there is so much like charisma behind their gameplay, and they have this story behind them with Uzi returning to the fold as well. EDG moving on to face Top Esports, that will be a classic matchup as well. We'll see it on the other side of the bracket. Yesterday gave us a hard matchup to beat, honestly.
It did, for sure. I'm very excited, though, because from here on out, we have very enticing games. And as we had said earlier, the course has arrived, right? The menu, we looked over, we got the order in, it is here. We have Weibo versus NIP, and two very differing track records between the two, I feel like. And the way that we see, first of all, Weibo and how they finished the split, or how they played the regular split, and the big points of kind of focus for this team, and the way that they had, yes, been a little bit 50-50, but had a lot of strength in their own.
The thing which I've said about Weibo this entire year is that they play to the level of their opponents. And there are some usual suspects which we might have highlighted on here, because there have been some great and terrible moments from particularly the solo laners of Weibo. We're putting it in jest, but the Shy has been a great litmus test for this team. He's had some great moments, and he's had some awful moments too.
I think it's all nice and well, right? It is talking about that side lane pressure. Sometimes the Shy goes a little bit burger flippy there, and you have to have something ready to go. But the Angel Wings on Weiwei, I feel like, are the most important factor of that entire graphic, right? He came into this team, and he has been a force to be reckoned with. And I think trying to find ways to mesh with this incredibly starved roster is very, very difficult. And we are going to look back at some of their plays, and especially some of their gameplay during the regular season, to see some of the moments where you can call this team really good, but also a little bit iffy.
Weibo, as we said, they've had some of the highest highs and lowest lows of teams in the LPL. They lost to IG when they were on a loss streak. They won against JDG. They took games off of BLG. And as you can see through a lot of these clips, I mean, the Shy has great teamfight impact, and then also he has plays like that, where he fail flashes a wall, he misses his combo over the wall, and the rest of the teams are going like, okay, what's happening? But somehow they still pull it together. That's what you get from the name brand value of these players, right? They managed to somehow make it work, despite some of these very visible mistakes being made by the team, and they still find themselves in our round 2 of these playoffs. They have earned that for themselves, and part of it has been through players like Xiao, who, of course, one of the greatest players to ever play in League of Legends and in the LPL, making big team fight impact as well. He's been a bit mercurial, much like the Shy, but moments like this, they make you wonder how high this team could really soar.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's actually incredible when the pieces line up together. It's like, oh my God, this team is incredible. But we have seen a resurgence from, one particular team. It's the team across from them. And I think there's been a particular focus for them. And maybe it's a bit of a savior from the shadows here, Nymera. As Shadow has been, just as Weiwei has for Weibo, an incredible force for NIP.
Oh, both of these junglers have had such a profound impact on their teams. And Shadow comes out of the darkness and into the light with NIP. He has been so pivotal to the way that they play. When NIP are doing well, Shadow is leading the charge. He's at the forefront. When NIP are doing poorly, often he is the one that is making those same plays, but it's starting to fall behind at that point. He has been very important, and particularly in the RNG series, he was the player that really started to get a leg up over Wei. Now kind of funny that he's playing Wei and then Weiwei. Do you reckon if they move on, we're going to sub in jungler Weiwei? Let's go.
We'll have to see what happens, but we'll see if the Saber for the Shadows is going to make it or break it. We do have our arena ready to go, so let's go ahead and kick it over.
夏季赛季后赛，首先让我们欢迎 Weibo Gaming 冯奥迪。欢迎上单 The Shy， 欢迎打野微微，欢 欢迎中单小虎。欢迎下路 Light。欢迎辅助 Crisp。欢迎主教练 Danny。接下来，让我们欢迎深圳 Ninjas in Projects。欢迎上单 Invincible。欢迎打野 Shadow。欢迎中单 Angel。欢迎下路 Fortic。欢迎辅助卓。欢迎主教练麦子坚。LPL 夏季赛季后赛第4日的比赛 ，WBG 一期奥迪对阵深圳 NIP 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
The energy is electric in Xi'an, and we have hit the arena for Weibo versus NIP. And a little side note, my God, what a banger intro song from Weibo. It's a little spooky vibes, got a little Halloween vibe there. And we also heard that the teams were the ones that actually chose these walkout songs, so love to hear that.
It reminds me of the old StarCraft days when a lot of the players would choose their own music. Would you have an intro song? Do you know your intro song?
I don't know. It'd probably be some meme song. It'd probably be some like Tenacious D or I don't know.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. I would choose from the Doom Eternal soundtrack, The Only Thing They Fear Is You. Like, have proper boss music.
No,
because
I already know.
Listen to that
Fire
Weibo
and
track.
Flames. That's my choice. That's it.
Like
That's gotta be it. Yeah.
But like, I love this because I mean, a lot of high-level competition is about the mentality of it as well, and these things can help. They give you that bit of extra spring in your step, and it doesn't always affect every player. Not every player feels those same kind of emotions when they're on stage, and of course across all sorts of different sports that has been the case. Not everyone comes out to fireworks, not everyone cares for the fireworks, but as a viewer watching it, I love this. It just amps the energy even further.
Well, I think the fireworks are about ready to pop off. We have two teams here, NIP, who started the gauntlet, who's already in progress of said gauntlet, and has another round to get through. A very tough fought first series, but the fact that they're here against Weibo stands to test that they are a very gritty team. We've seen them have some incredible moments. We've also seen them have some very awful moments in certain times. But the thing is about NIP, right? They got 13th last split. They didn't even see this part of the split. And the fact that, you know, with V5 before NIP, they had gotten first and third in spring and summer, respectively, in 2022, but they ended third in spring playoffs and fifth and sixth in summer. So this team, the fact that they're here, the fact that they're representing with this roster, it's a test to the way they've built it.
Completely agree. And the way that they have kind of consolidated from V5 to NIP, obviously it was very difficult in spring, as we were saying. The way that they found success in summer isn't necessarily with your usual suspects, with the players which have the huge name brand value. These were players, particularly in mid-jungle, which have struggled in spring, in other teams and before that. It's almost a bit of the opposite of Weibo, where it feels like the players which came together on Weibo came from very successful teams and then found their way to Weibo. On the whole, you have Xiaohu, you have the Shy, you had Kasa as well, right? Players with such pedigree to them, trying to make themselves a new legacy elsewhere. NIP were trying to band together some players who hadn't really fit in with their previous teams. Angel went into RNG, who was replacing Xiaohu at that point, and Angel was a player with so much fanfare behind him because we knew how well he could play from the World Finals he reached with Suning, and he never quite found that form again with RNG. He couldn't be the successor to Xiaohu there, and now he faced off against him in this one matchup. And Shadow as well, a player that wasn't, of course, was on the Mad Lions over in Europe, went over to LPL after that point, and in spring was an LGD, which was an absolute disaster. Now both of them, from very poor splits in spring, have come into summer, and they have really been the engine room for this team.
Yeah, they really have. I think the growth we've seen, but kind of the unlocking has been incredibly important for both these sides. But I will just give a little caveat. We got Weiwei versus Angel, two brothers from 2019. They're clashing. And this was, you know, a little bit of fun between them. But really, that connection, I don't think it's going to matter at this point. It is all about trying to find some stepping room in this best of 5. And Weibo will be starting off on the blue side. This is the first time we've seen Weibo in the playoffs. NIP has already played a series, but this team has been consistently inconsistent, right? They lost in the last week 2-0 to IG, but then they finished strong with 2 back-to-back wins against RNG, EDG. They're going to have to put up some great stuff here to kick off against NIP in the playoffs. Poppy, Rumble, Rel, all banned away against NIP. We got the Tristana and the LeBlanc so far against Weibo.
I don't think you should ever see Tristana let through in the LPL. We have far too many good players in mid and bot lane. I'm very interested to see what happens with the bot lane champion pool, particularly in this series. In the last series we saw between OMG and EDG, we saw that Uzi was actually counterpicking last pick AD carry in some games to get a Vayne angle. We have seen a lot of AP marksmen come up in the bot lane as well, or AP carries, I suppose, rather than the marksman moniker. Stuff like Ziggs has been around. We've seen, of course, Kai'Sa flex down towards that AP as well. I'm interested to see if Light or Photic can bring out either of those picks, especially with some of the patch changes coming through.
We do get the Vi first lock-in for Weibo, so a lot of setup and successful skirmishing available for Weiwei. While the other side for NIP, they're going to lock in some safety for Photic, who has been an incredible piece to the puzzle for NIP. Yes, the litmus test is definitely Shadow and Angel, but if Photic ain't there to slam the hammer, then you ain't got no hammer to swing for NIP. We got the Nico locked in as well.
And this was a stat that you were bringing up from their first series. Photic has 40% of his team's damage in that series. He was doing a lot of heavy lifting. He is incredibly good at late-game team fights. They just need to get that. So I'm interested to see what happens with the mid-jungle combo. Angel going back towards the Nico, as you mentioned, will be up against potentially something that outranges him. Xiaohu has had a lot of value on this Azir recently. We saw in some of the clips before the game, he had some great Shurima shuffles coming out of this champion. With the Vi, it's less of an aggressive combo between the mid-jungle, but the Vi is very good at then kind of locking down the first target that dives onto the Azir instead and buying them some safety. It's not necessarily what we normally see from Azir combos, but Weibo trying to play around Xiaohu's longer range and higher DPS.
I love it because Xiaohu, no matter where he goes, he will still be a general, or in this case, an emperor here with the Azir. I think it plays to his strengths. He can get out of lane, but he can also pressure if you get a lot of presence from Weiwei. The Cassante here, though, is a curious one for me for the Shy. It is some stability, it is some skirmishing power, but there are a lot of answers that have risen up in the ranks here. We'll see if Invincible has one of those locked away as well.
The easy answer would be Poppy, right? And this knockdown is very important. So we've had a couple of jungle nerfs coming in recently to things like the Vi, whose passive shield has been nerfed a little bit, so it scales a little less off of your percentage maximum HP, so you're a little less defensible. Nocturne hasn't had any hits in terms of the aggressive junglers, so when Wukong and Vi have been nerfed a little bit, it has felt like Nocturne has been the remaining aggressive jungler who does win very hard, very early against some of those matchups. With the Nico, you get to turn off the lights and really threaten some of these backliners. So Weibo, very important now that regardless of what they lock in their last 2 picks, they're very aware of what's happening with jungle vision, so they give themselves some advanced notice when that combo starts to get fired up.
It's also just opting into a Nocturne. I am always hesitant about it. I don't care what jungler you are in the LPL. There is an avenue of fate that makes you just the light switcher. And I really want to see Shadow be proactive with this pick. I think now that we're getting a lot of the engaged supports taken away, you see how important the combos of Crisp and Zhuo are with the rest of their team. We get the Braum and the Rakan already taken off.
So you can see that NIP, they want to remove as much peel from the support role as possible. It wouldn't surprise me if they locked away something like a Nautilus as well. The Alistar's off the table. Okay, that makes a lot more sense as well, because you can never really pick off the Alistar. They have that ultimate, you pull your combo on them, and they're still half HP, and they walk away. So that one's gone. Chances are they're going to counterpick support and top lane. They'll have both of them. They can try and hold they can use the top lane counterpick as it stands right now for fourth pick, save that support until lesser. But a lot of supports are being removed off the table. That might change some of that dynamic. If you're losing 4 supports in the second round of bans, it might be better to pick your support right now if you think there's only 1 or 2 left which are valuable to you.
I actually really like the Nautilus lean for the ban for Weibo, trying to just take away every single avenue for Zhuo, who has been incredible on the engaged supports. I think his mind for the momentum engages are really, really good. We'll see, though, what they want to save for that counter pick. You already have the top lane matchup, so maybe you wanted to go that way. But getting some priority for this bot lane to help in the combos could be good. I want to see if they get something still very strong as that counter pick to the support that'll get locked in from Weibo. But the Fiora locked in for Invincible is opting into something that, you know, Invincible might have to be a carry force here.
That is bold, shall we say. Invincible played 2 Fiora games in spring, lost both of them, going up against the Shy on Cassante. It's a bold pick. And now you see that the Ezreal Leona has been locked into. Ezreal starting to make themselves more of a priority pick. Ezreal's always been sort of a counter to the Zyra. It's a soft counter. You outrange her auto attacks with your Qs. You can outplay them if you hit all your skill shots. That feels like every Ezreal matchup, though. Light will have to be on point with those skill shots. Very long range backline between the Ezreal and the Azir. What can you use to threaten that with NIP? The Blitzcrank will be locked in. It was hovered on 4th, not locked in until now. Some buffering available from the Arcane Shift from Lights. Very different compositions coming out from both these teams. Very pick-based individual excellence from NIP, whereas on the other side, Weibo, they want to play as a unit, they want to play as a phalanx, with Xiaohu and Light picking up the pieces in terms of damage.
Little caveat here. First time we're seeing Light's Ezreal in this split, at least. But also, it's his 3rd most played in his career. Will it'll put a little cherry on top, saying he has a sub 35% win rate. But you know that's fine, because playoffs is a moment to pop off, right, Nightmare?
If there's any time to turn around narratives like that, it is now. We already talked about that on a team, I guess, story perspective, but let's be honest, it's more about what's on the Rift, how these players are playing. Light has a fairly easy job in lane to work with against the Zyra and the Blitzcrank. That's not necessarily where it's going to come to a head. Late game, though, when you're playing against the Nocturne and the Nico, you only have 1 dash to get away from both of them. And if you have Flash Up, of course, that will follow into it as well. Shadow, Angel, they have a lot of tools to really ruffle the feathers of the Weibo backline. So watch out for that mid-jungle. We've talked about them in terms of their importance and what change they've brought to NIP as an organization and as a roster. And in this game, they have all the tools available to them to upset Weibo's backline.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing which team puts their best foot forward here. NIP already having tested themselves in the playoffs, but Weibo, this is a fresh footing for them. This is the first time we're going to see them here, and a team that, again, we were saying at the top of the day was consistently inconsistent. We'll see if they can actually put those doubters away and make a name for themselves here in the playoff as a real contender.
At what point do you go beyond contender, though, or just kind of like a hopeful to a contender? That's where you've got to start asking questions. NIP, they snuck into playoffs, let's be honest. If they hadn't got that LPL team pentakill, where in a single 2-0, they knocked out 5 teams from playoffs qualification, they could have been seeing themselves in a very different scenario. They were only just ahead of their competitors, so they breathed a sigh of relief, but then they got past the first round. They got in the heads of Wei and RNG. They came away with an awesome series in that game. Now see if they can repeat that, build on that, and beat Weibo.
Again, whoever wins here will be the last team in contention for qualification to Worlds. OMG are sitting as sore losers on the outside of the pit here, but the competition is nigh, and game number 1 between Weibo and NIP is about to kick off. Will we get the Weibo that we were promised when this super team came together, or will NIP's miracle run continue chucking on through the LPL Summer Playoffs?
30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
onto the Rift
And
we
as
go.
the Gyos come to an end, my friend, we have now arrived. And again, taking stock of the land here, it is a different look for mid-IP to some extent. We have Invincible's Fiora looking to play with a little bit more priority from that lane, a lot more side lane pressure, but it is all aggression from mid-IP in this game number 1.
It's a lot of individual aggression. It's a lot of pick. And they need to get value out of it, though. I feel like if you don't make use of this pick potential and you give free lanes to Xiaohu and Light, you're going to find yourself at issues because you are outranged. And if you're diving into, a triple tank front line, Leona is fairly tanky as far as things go, especially when that W's been maxed out. And of course, the Vi and the Xanse being blockers as well. Then NIP, their composition does fall apart. They don't want to take grouped engages unless they have good positioning for it. So lots of work to be done by NIP to set themselves up for success.
And I'm really looking at Shadow, honestly, with all eyes here for NIP. This guy is, yes, the litmus test for the team, but he's also on the Nocturne this time around. So he's going to need to find a lot of early advantages. Meanwhile, speaking of, we got the one little engage from Chris. The rocket grab goes a little bit wide on the bottom side. But this bot lane matchup, while we might get some flares early, some fighting there, they will be so essential as time goes on in this series.
Well, two things important have happened already. We had the Raptor steal very early on from Shadow, and as we've talked about, Nocturne, kind of the unnerfed aggressive jungler out of the ones which are still hanging around the LPL meta. So Shadow kind of said, look, come fight me. You don't want to. I have a lethal tempo. You don't beat that. Weiwei loses a camp. Shadow gets to pick up some of the pieces in terms of that. And then in the bot lane, Light and Chris managed to win that level 1 trade. And if Xayah doesn't have access to the wave, you don't get to set up feathers, and you get 4 stuff like this.
That's level 2 as well, as a beautiful hint of aggression from Weibo's bottom lane. They'll force a bit of a back from Photic as well.
It's really well played, because if you win that level 1 trade, Xayah doesn't get to use feathers. Ezreal gets to shoot past the minion wave rather than using Qs to farm the wave. And now this means Photic has to back very early. I don't even know if they'll have enough for a longsword or a cull. They're stuck in a very awkward position. They're stuck at level 1, and that now can flip the jungle matchup, which Shadow had a great steal in earlier, and it will even up the wins which NIP did have at the first level.
That's actually what I really like about this quick combo as well. Some of the return of aggression that the Leona and for Chris can give you. Shadow's going into this one unknowingly. Oh, if that connects, even with that spell shield, they go right back in. Shadow in some trouble, does have Light putting in some damage now, but Drolt with the rocket grab can make a big difference. He will actually end up getting his Gromp, but he did lose his blue.
Okay, but like, wait, you better be honoring Light and Crisp after this game, because they have absolutely saved your early pathing from this Nocturne. Shadow was poised to get a significant camp advantage and start bullying out the Vi across the map. The Ezreal and Leona getting huge value from the early level, at least getting themselves a camp steal back. It helps Weiwei keep himself back in the game and stops Shadow again, just bullying around this Vi.
Now we actually see Shadow looking in mid lane. We'll try and get something out of Xiaohu here. He has showed consistently around mid lane. I think it's rightfully so, right? This combo of him and Angel coming into the roster has been such an influx of power for them. When Angel has these big moments, when he can connect with Shadow, that's when we see them at their best.
So I think what Shadow was doing there was threatening a second Raptor steal, but then using that pressure to say, I'm not going for the Raptors, you have to answer towards that, and I'll go towards a double scuttle. So he gets towards the top side of the map, double scuttle is going to be claimed, which is, again, Shadow making use of this early matchup that Nocturne does have a lot of power in. In terms of the lanes, really have to see if
an instant start of the Dragon?
I don't know if this could be an instant start of the Dragon. This might be an instant look towards bot lane to force out something again, because there's no cleanse on Photic.
They gotta make it happen. Nice Zenith Blade flash there from Crisp, and Weiwei has arrived. They got the TP coming in from behind, though, and that's pretty big. They're gonna go with the flash in first blood to Weibo. That is big, but the rocket grab back. Crisp in some trouble now with Angel's help. Chris might go in, though, as Woe getting a little bit low. Angel actually put back by the Vault Breaker, has to flash. Oh my god! Light gets the big ticket, and that's another capitalization by Weibo. It's 2-0.
The light at the end of the tunnel's a freight train. NIP have just been absolutely totaled by Weibo's 2v2. Everything in this game comes down to how this level 1 played out. Suddenly Vi gets to invade, go towards bot side as well, because Weiwei has been allowed back into the game, because Light and, of course, Crisp have done so well here. Cleanse already blown on Photic. They have to crash this wave in. It's just a really sucky lane state for them.
God,
I don't mind the teleport
max
coming
range.
in from Angel, but like it is a max range thing, but I mean, Crisp has all the reason to go towards that. Angel teleport just a little bit late, can't alter this play, and then he dies for the play as well. This is awful, a disaster for NIP in the early game.
Hey, maybe Light was looking at his KDAs, was looking at his stats on Ezreal, was like, nah, we can't have that anymore here. A great start for Weibo's bot lane, but something they will want to continue pushing. NIP are right back to it. They will continue being aggressive, and they'll take the first dragon for themselves here while Chris stands there and watches.
Okay, they get themselves first dragon. That will help NIP. They don't want to be in a position where they're facing off against an early Sol from Weibo, because then suddenly their pick composition has to go into a straight 5v5, which they lose. It forces them into bad spots. So NIP picking up an early dragon, that might have some implications 20+ minutes from now if the game does go that long before really being decided. So NIP now have to see if they can do something around their first ultimates in the game. Particularly Shadow, he has himself again this Nocturne, which can turn out the lights for the other engaged pick champions. That's the next port of call.
I love that you said the word Light, because that just enables me to talk about Light a little bit here. I know I was talking to Mimi about his Ezreal, but this guy, man, from LNG, I think it has been really cool to see a bit of that tinge of aggression opted into more than we saw on LNG. And I think with Weibo, he has found a big combo with Crisp where they play so well in the 2v2 that it helps enable the rest of the very aggressive map state of Weibo.
The press attack really helped him too as well. Really use those mechanical muscles, getting that level 1 trade, of course. Press attack's so good in the laning phase, and that's where so many of their advantages have come through. And let's be honest, LPL AD carries, if you give them a chance to be aggressive, they will always take that opportunity. We have so many mechanical AD carries in form in this summer split. And Light, with a very important game 1, might be putting on a good show for himself to put himself into that everlasting conversation of who is at the top of those AD carry rankings in the LPL.
We got 2 Light-based named carries, and you know, maybe they're trying to fight for the spotlight a little bit.
Yeah, so we were talking about this before we came live, because you're like, oh yeah, Photic is kind of like Photon, and I was thinking, I have never heard of the word Photic in my life. Apparently, the Photic layer is it's like the top level of like a body of water, so the ocean or a lake or something like that, where the most light gets through, so certain stuff happens with the ecosystem about it. So that is your
so not a lot of light gets through,
lesson.
and Photic with his previous, you know, spring 2022 All-Pro
so that's
first
it.
team
So
is at the
Photic
top
has
of the
let
table.
light through too much. That's it. So, you can't let light through to the wave too much. Look, he's got way too much gold already.
Really, Summoner's Rift imitates real life. You know, we're just passengers on this wonderful ride. But speaking of passengers, we got some likely movers in the top side. Invincible in some trouble, does get the riposte off, but the season assist comes right back. Paranoia popped, and that immediately turns Weibo off the play.
That riposte is key from Invincible, but there's so many pieces of CC. You have to try and riposte. Invincible, very lucky to not get 100 to 0 through the CC chain. Shadow first ultimate of the game. It's not an aggressive one, but it does save his top laner. We'll see what that ends up leading to. It is going to mean that NIP can't contest the Herald, so another neutral objective, which they would have liked to get, not going to be on the table for them. So that's going to go into the hands of Weiwei. If you can then put that into Light, who's already controlling every lane, well, that's a player mid-lane.
Angel Pop Blossom, he has the flash after this coming up very shortly. It's not up yet, though. Oh, man, beautiful timing from Weibo, and they've capitalized on the flashless Angel.
And they capitalize on the fact there's no Paranoia. Shadow's not coming to save the other solo lane. Use that in the top side. So Weibo, they walk away with a Herald. They walk away with a kill in mid lane. And if you're sat here as Weiwei now, you're absolutely laughing at this game state. If you can throw this Herald towards bot side and into Lights, this game is so difficult for NIP. The gold is already getting way out of control this early into the game.
That's credible. 3K almost with a 20 CS lead for Light in the bottom lane. It just enables, again, the rest of the team around the rest of the map. And Angel not ready for the crisp gank.
And not ready for the fact that Weibo already know that Shadow is not coming to their help. No Paranoia. No ability to fly in here. Blitzcrank has already reset and headed back towards bot lane as well. Crisp gets the better of the map state and just gets a really good angle into mid lane, but there's no resources to help the Nico.
Literally 3 seconds after death, Flash came up. Capitalization is key, and striking when the iron is hot is oh so important. The Shy actually getting that plate in topside will get him a little bit of gold in this 1v1, but this is still something to keep an eye on, at least the side eye in this side lane matchup, because Invincible and the Fiora will have a lot of say as the time goes on in the game.
We led into this matchup by talking about the inconsistencies, particularly of the Shy and side lanes, but typically, the Shy is one of those players where if he falls behind early, he continues to fall behind. He kind of anti-snowballs in that way. This game's been absolutely fine, gets himself a plate towards top side, and despite the fact that the kill didn't go down onto Invincible when all of the ultimates were thrown at him by Weiwei and the like, this looks like it's going to be a better flip of the coin for the Shy in at least this first game.
I'm not a fan here. Nightmare, talk to me. Tell me. And, you know, Azirs with Crown, they can happen. They happen all the time. And I'm also not very good at League of Legends, but my goodness, I typically really like the Leandri's build here. I can see why you go with some of that protection from Xiaohu,
Right. We're having an item talk. Okay, so we're going to sit you down here and just say there's nothing to proc the Crown very easily besides Nico Q, particularly in team fights around objectives. That will become impactful. 3v3 towards bot side, potentially starting to erupt. Crisp going.
Oh my goodness. Shadow pulls the spell shield. That's big. Now double TP's coming in for both sides. Crisp is already gone. Cease and desist in. You got to watch out for that pop blossom right back, though. And it's NIP finding a fight, picking off 2 members. They actually get Zhuo those 2 kills, so maybe not exactly where the gold needed to go, but that leads to the Dragon.
That's the richest Blitzcrank I ever did see. 2 kills on his way to an Everfrost at that point, and you can see how willing these players are to follow up on the big plays towards the bot side of the map. Teleports immediately blown, ultimates immediately blown. NIP, they're behind in gold, but they're still ready to throw punch for punch. Resets cancelled. Weibo could have picked up a kill or 2 there. Xiao wanted to flash in with his ultimate, potential for that, but not quite bold enough to go for that play at that point.
It's because it's the Crown, man. That's all I'm saying. You know,
ends up as an even trade, except the Dragon going over. So NIP get themselves a second Dragon, and we did say that was important to them later.
I don't know if you just saw that. That was very weird. All right. Yeah. Anyways, we're going to take a look back at the replay, and Crisp just pulling the trigger here. Shadow with the quick hands on the spell shield.
And I don't think Weibo knew that Shadow was immediately there. So that's the way the difference comes in. Chris gets absolutely blown up. Nocturne, great at diving into the enemy backline. But actually, if you dive into a Nocturne, does a lot of damage. It's a huge amount of damage down onto Leona. First things off, and suddenly, suddenly 2 kills over. For some reason, I just saw all of those. So the thing is, I saw the emote thing go after, and I was like, wait, what the heck? And Nico Clone doing crazy stuff. But I thought that was a 1-for-1
so
because of the lights going
noise.
off.
It was like, what is this?
I'm glad you're so easily amused, Missile. It makes for a very
Oh my god. I love the LPL. I love Angel trolling the absolute hell out of everybody in this game right now. Anyways, we do have to think a little bit about how Weibo continue their advantage. They were at about 3,000. It's gone a little bit down. NIP have done well to get a couple dragons, get some future stacking for this very aggressive comp we set out from them for draft.
And those 2 kills towards bot side for NIP, very helpful actually. I walked away from that thinking, oh, Weibo, they probably could have came, they were probably thinking they're going to get some good value out of that. But NIP, considering they were so far behind in gold, they have really started to pick up the pieces with their first ultimate to the game. First items now being picked up. Beyond this point, I think Shadow needs to be very careful about where he picks his engages, though. Triforce on Ezreal, Crown on Azir. It's not going to be an easy to kill Azir, because it's unlikely that you're going to be able to proc that Crown before you go in, and the turnaround damage is going to be very high from those 2 backliners. So NIP, I don't know if they have the goal to make those same aggressive plays that they've been trying to make with the Paranoias in the early game.
Yeah, I, again, think that the Paranoia can be such a big difference maker in a lot of team fights, but also the way that Shadow uses it. And the Angel combo with the Nico is always so strong, coming out of Vision, you're not able to see the setup for the Pop Blossom, but it's about those combos, honestly, for NIP, and I think the skirmish level and the bar of execution for skirmishing for Weibo is just that much easier to achieve.
I think it's much more easy in terms of playing through lanes as well. They have so many pushing lanes. Up until Invincible starts potentially taking over this Cassante matchup, NIP are going to be shoved in across the board, and you can see that Invincible is going to take them a little while. The Shy's been doing fine in this matchup, has himself Iceborne and that Bramble Vest, and now Weibo, they're playing on less lanes.
No.
It's good because it's going to the enemy jungle.
The amount of CC from just 2 members of Weibo is just too much for Angel to bear. He goes down.
Weibo make the correct play. They know the Herald's spawning, and they don't play on multiple lanes when the Nocturne ult is up. They go into the enemy jungle, so there's always members ready to respond to the next play that happens. I think now NIP have to just leave the area, and sadly for them, they're going to give up a top tower, they're going to give up a second Herald, which I'd imagine would be used to break up in the mid lane outer tower, and suddenly these players, which they're already losing in their own jungle, are going to get even harder to pull off. The Shy
Okay, he is Cassante though. He'll be able to. I love that Shadow's trying to use that spell shield, but you just have too many abilities to block from the Cassante, and now the Shy is playing pretty aggressively. He has 2 levels on Shadow, and Shadow doesn't have anything to get out but his flash. It will be a little bit of a move out of the fear from the Shy, so nothing else going to come of it. But as we get to it, Invincible will try to pressure him a little bit more. We saw that Xiaohu had taken that first turret up in the top side by himself. He not only has a gigantic CS lead, but he got all that extra gold in his pocket.
And he just doesn't care for what NIP are throwing at him right now. Walks into Shadow, walks away from it, and then walks down towards bot side through Invincible and Shadow. So, Weibo, it feels like this is going to be a real choke out now. NIP, they need to find themselves a play on someone isolated from Weibo, but they don't have the vision to do that. Look at all the blue wards on the map. Weibo have advanced notice of wherever NIP will be making their next play. And maybe they can get a play around the next dragon. If they get themselves to a soul point, you're absolutely right. That's
It's
really
so
loud.
good, man.
I didn't hear it the first time. I was like, what are you talking about? Now I
What
understand.
noises are you making, Mazel? Well, Nico, all right? Can't fault me, all right?
Zell, use your zookeeper knowledge. What bird cry is that?
Ain't no bird I ever heard. Also from Texas, so you know, maybe there's not as many birds. Speaking of a big bird, I don't know if it's a bird. There's a dragon on the rift. It's kind of like a bird. NIP will start that one up, but Weibo, they want to be here. They want to put up a fight.
If it flaps like a bird and flies like a bird, maybe it's a bird. No, it's a dragon.
Freeze fire
it's going
like
down
a bird.
Right now.
Wait, that's not
NIP,
a bird.
They need to win this fight. If they don't get this soul point, this game is very hard for them to play out. This is a very important fight for them to at least get the objective in.
Look at the Shy. The Shy on the flank here makes so much pressure on the backline of NIP.
Down.
Angel over on the side. He's waiting for a Pop Blossom. There's a Paranoia, but they haven't pulled the combo yet. They're just going to go straight into the back of the pit, but Light goes over the wall with that arcade shift. And look at the Shy. He's pulling off Invincible. This is a pick-apart fight, and the nice Zenith Blade connects. Xiaohu's waiting to connect to Shurima Shuffle here, but he can't get the damage in there. Crisp is way too deep and goes down anyways. Angel picked out by Xiaohu. Wei goes in and gets Swow, flashes out and survives. And now this is picking season for Light as he's here to claim and help Shadow go down with the Shy's killing blow. The dragon goes to Weibo.
Oh, you can feel the desperation in that fight. NIP, they turn off the lights, but there's no Pop Blossom to follow. Weibo, they position correctly. I want to particularly shout out Light as well. Gets well away from Shadow with his flash, and suddenly the engager is completely toothless. Dragon goes down to Weibo. NIP don't get themselves soul point, and Weibo, they stabilize the objective game on both sides now. NIP in a very difficult spot.
Imagine having to face off against these two legends in the lane. Xiaohu and the Shy have been incredible pieces to Weibo's growth, but a star-studded roster would not be the same without these two guys making new legacies for themselves on this team and on this Weibo roster.
Yeah, Weibo's had its ups and downs, but both of these players, we know exactly what they can do on a good day. I mean, the Shy, all he's doing is just making sure that Invincible doesn't get to have a free passage into the fight. Look at what Light here does here, though. Positions next to the wall, knows that Shadow can't follow him over it, and yeah, he does end up blowing his summon up, but that's enough. That's all you have to do at this fight. Suddenly, there's no threat onto Xiaohu, even with his crown down. He can walk up with impunity. You don't have anything you need to be afraid of. Yes, Chris dies, but Weibo, even in trading a kill back, they're completely fine with this fight, especially since Weibo gets out alive from that somehow and gets the kill on the back end.
That. Shadow not able to hit the spell shield. That was a grab from Zhuo to bring him over the wall and give him the kill. So a little bit of dysfunction, a little bit of chaos. You see the damage numbers paltry in comparison. Weibo rising above the occasion and finding a lot of cohesion in the team fight as well. Invincible in the side lane. Not going to actually take the trade too heavily. I see a lot of bodies down here, and I was wondering if they just go all in. Grand Challenge has been issued, and they find the Shy in the side lane.
Just way too aggressive from the Shy. Can't pick up that wave, can't pick up that fight. Gonna lose a turret for it, and even though there's a significant gold deficit for NIP, they pick themselves up an objective bounty. Weber cross-map, they can take that top lane inner. And NIP, they still pick up the objective bounties. There's still a little worth for them, unless they lose this inhibitor tower. No one's responding to this.
No way you're just gonna let Xiaohu take an inhib. Okay, finally Photic has shown up and enough of this nonsense. But Weibo come away with nearly everything. They have 2 item spikes now on their major carries in Xiaohu and Light, and they're gonna play so much more confidently on the Rift.
It was nearly a good play for NIP, but now suddenly Baron has spawned Weiwei and crew. Because they pushed in the top side of the map so heavily, they have all the vision control. Shadow doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash, neither does Angel. They have no tools to fight this Baron.
Shadow was the savior. Can he be it now? Can he find the steal? He has been the litmus test, and if they can get this, it won't matter. Because the fact that Weibo have crossed their T's, they've dotted their I's, and they have found every advantage possible in this game, number one, just means NIP are constantly on the back foot.
And giving up a Baron this early, as the composition of NIP is absolutely disastrous. NIP do not want to be locked in lanes against Baroned up minions, which they can't push back against. They don't want to have to deal with Weibo being able to group very quickly and push down towers. Because now that they can just push in 2 lanes with 2 or 3 people in each lane, how do NIP engage? How do you get that big paranoia? What you're really looking for now is for Weibo to over-push and then get behind some of these red wards which have been put down for NIP. But there's basically 1 shot left in the chamber from NIP now. They have to make sure it is a very good shot, otherwise this game is just over.
Yeah. And you have to remember, this best of 5, there are not just your stakes of your life in the LPL playoffs, but whoever wins here will be the last team in contention for qualification to Worlds. So it adds that much more stress, that much more pressure. We'll see if Weibo crack under that as Angel's going to hit that Pop Blossom but misses it. You got the paranoia. Papa Shadow's way overextended. Crisp goes down as a bit of a distractionary tool. And they get the trade-off pick-off, but Xiaohu is right back to it. You'd think he'd be on Zig through Tristana at this point.
He's just doing what he needs to do. He has his crown in the side lane. He has a stopwatch. He's completely safe. Crisp dies, but that's exactly his job. Make sure that he's dying instead of a squishier, more high damage member than himself and Leona. Invincible is still in the top lane trying to cross-map, but with the amount you're losing and with no wave clear or engaged tools, NIP are going to get crushed through the base.
They are literally just losing all of their base here at 22.5 minutes. This is destruction. And they're going to get grabbed. Maybe a little bit of a catch out the Shy. It goes down as well. We get the return potentially, though, as one big member in Photic is gone. That means they're turning right around. And there's that Shurima shuffle we've been waiting for. They find everything they need. They find all the damage in game 1. A triple kill for Light, who I said has been an incredible moment for this team, for Weibo in his addition from LNG. But Weibo have showed up. They are not consistently inconsistent. They'll find a dominant game 1 victory over NIP.
The Shadows are allies to Ninjas, but it is the Light which blows them away in game 1. This bot lane difference was absolutely critical. Right from level 1, suddenly Desire could not play the game, and that tilted the jungle matchup. That tilted all of the pushing lanes. Weiwei got incredibly far ahead in that game against Shadow compared to where he should have been after losing camps very early on. All of this, for me, starts from Light and Crisp having such a clean early game through bot lane.
Yeah, I think the 2 kills on his Ezreal were huge, because then that just enabled Crisp to pretty much go ham anytime he saw anybody he wanted to engage on. And again, you come into a composition for an IP that has difficulty of execution. I was talking about that skirmishing potential for Weibo. They did not have to rise themselves very high to be able to put up a fight, and I think you saw that a lot of times, and especially even with those early objectives that NIP had, there wasn't that much fight left to give in the mid game when you had Xiaohu burning down side lane turrets, having such an advantage in both the mid and the bot lane.
I think going into the second game now, because you have to move forward from this first game, if we're looking at the draft, I think from NIP now, I need to see a more solid bot lane matchup. The early pick Desire, they chose to forgo the Rakan, which meant that they did end up suffering in lane later on. What we've seen in drafts evolving through summer particularly compared to spring is bot lane duos are typically locked in a little later because bot lane and support counterpick are becoming that more important. Typically, it used to be just the support counterpick, but AD carry champion pools started to open up. That Ezreal was critical in that game. And now in draft number 2, I think really Weibo cannot be allowed to get such a powerful counterpick, which they can play so well through the TV2.
Light popping off on a pick. He did not have a high win rate. It is 3rd most played, though, and you know he can lock it in now. You know that this is a difference maker in the series itself. It's something that NIP are going to have to approach, right? When we come into this one, Weibo, this is the first time we're seeing them in the playoffs. We were wondering what they've been cooking in the time that they have. It's a short time, but the time that they had. And I think when you see a lot of the stability coming through in game 1, while the Shy, he's still wearing that clown hat we put on him at the very beginning. I think you see very big step ups from the rest of the team, and Weiwei particularly finding ways to up in Shadow's aggressive nature on the Nocturne. Honestly, I just want to not see Nocturne for Shadow. I think finding, yes, skirmishing, but something with some more health and more gas in the tank feels like a little bit of a better play.
I'm going to throw it out this way. I don't think Shadow was the issue this game. His early camp steal, great. Everything falls apart because his lanes couldn't support him. This is where Shadow looks down towards bot lane and goes, bot? Team? Team sees the double kill come over and goes, right, that's a problem.
Well, how many rocket grabs did you land?
But if that's going to be a problem, then maybe Shadow does need to go on something that can help his lanes, because I like this composition in theory, but when you lose that hard, that early, you don't ever get to see the benefits of this composition.
I will say, though, I think the biggest kicker underneath the current here is the mid lane matchup, right? We were saying how kind of the litmus test is Shadow, but also how he combines with Angel. Wei on the other side, very important. But Xiaohu and Angel, if, you know, it goes one-sided in the mid lane, it becomes that much easier to find those connections we say are oh so important. So Angel being down 30, 40 CS just out of lane and coming into it with not a lot of saying power in these fights and not a lot of big pop blossoms, it becomes the thing where I actually feel like mid lane needs to become more of a priority for NIP to play on, because Xiaohu will run you up and down the rift all day long.
Again, that's where this jungle pick comes into a bit of contention, right? Shadow did help push in the wave a couple of times, was on call around mid lane, but it's not for aggressive plays, it's for kind of controlling plays, make sure the wave's in the right place. And it then becomes very difficult when then suddenly you have to be hovering around side lanes because you're not the one making the aggressive plays, you've fallen behind the game. And it meant that, you know, Weibo could pull the trigger on them before they could pull out the paranoia themselves. So there's a lot to be looked at here. I think there needs to be a lot more stable lanes, though, for NIP to have any hope in Game 2, because that was a disaster of a Game 1.
You know, I said at the beginning, and I'm not going to say that Shadow maybe be cosplaying as a light switcher, but maybe he is. We'll see if he can come out of the light and back into the shadows back in game number 2. We'll be right back after a short little break. We'll see what they have in store for us in our Weibo versus NIP round 2 matchup.
I mean, again, just a strange play coming through from the top laner is now for the dive in the bot side. We'll see Hope. Sidestep flash as well. That was the cutest, fanciest feat I've ever seen.
Good. Oh, it's gonna have to. He might. Done.
Oh, wait, Mystic's gonna get him out! Mystic's gonna get him out!
Oh
my god, he goes to the last code. He goes to the chase with the chase, but he's out of there! Mystic saves the day! Oh, no. Wait, it's not Mission Impossible. It's not even over. It's a bot lane roam! It was all to self the dive! No! 1% is absolutely bodied. What is that? Maybe you can make another turnaround play. EDG on the target, but there's a teleport. There he is. I'm going to watch Arlo this time, though. Last time I was not at the ult in the backline of Pop Blossom. Comes up again, but as Uzi goes golden, it's not done just yet. Uzi trying to walk his way out, but I'm watching Arla. I'm watching Arla. I'm watching the Jax pop off. He's taking no damage as he jumps back in. This guy is the embodiment of Arnold Schwarzenegger as he goes golden. As he comes back out, we still need to watch the Counter-Strike back on in. OMG are killing the rest, but Arla is still alive. JJ separates from Fofo, bites spells, but he's about to die. Kaboom!
As it comes in, you can see those Void Sneakers constantly moving in! Flash 3-man knockup! Sanji was done with this game! The Wombo combo cannot be denied! And everyone will be scattered away. You will see eventually ZDZ will go down. He doesn't have the damage to kill off anybody. Eventually Abel will get enough movement speed and a Q to take him out. Pinsy was looking to cut off the wave as Sanji just wants to solo bolo himself. Xiao Hao very much caught between a rock and a hard place, and he will be bramble smashed to oblivion.
Mako and Uzi, the same situation coming up. Daisy following up with JJ. Also here, but the TP in the back end, this could be great for EDG. Sonic Wave going to connect. Watch JJ here as Christmas tag. The kick not used just yet. It's Temper, safeguard Fisher. Flashes, gets the shy, stops him from getting out, but the shuffle with the Magnet Storm! Let the Emperor reign over EDG. Weibo Gaming clean house, and this team is pure fire today.
Don't you tell me about love.
좋은 성적을 내기 위해서는 팀원들이, 저를 포함한 팀원들이 당연히 기본적인 실력을 가지고 있어야 되고, 당연히 기본적인 게임의 흐름이라든지 그 판단이라든지 뱀픽에 대한 이제 플레이 방식 당연히 다 있어야 되고, 이제 그거 이상으로 더 좋은 성적을 내기 위해서는 위험을 감수할 수 있는, 이제 리스크를 짊어질 수 있는 플레이가 필요하다고 생각하는데, 이제 그 부분은 노력을 해봐야죠. 뭐 노력으로 안 되는 걸 수도 있고, 딱히 할 말은 없고, 졌다는 거는 저희가 실수해서 졌다고 생각해서 저희 플레이만 잘 바꾼다면은 이길 거라고 생각합니다. 정말 많은 것들이 있겠지만 간단히 말한다면은 5판 3선은 이제 운으로 결정되지 않고 3판 2선은 운으로 충분히 결정될 수 있다고 생각해요. 성격이 다 좋은 것 같아. 그래서 나는 너무 좋고, 지금까지 연습 열심히 하고 잘하고 있다고 생각하니까 좋은 결과를 낼 수 있다고 생각해서 잘했으면 좋겠다. 그냥 나는 우리 팀이 할 수 있는 거라든지 잘할 수 있는 부분들을 다 잘하고 좋은 플레이를 보여준 다음에 이제 마무리하고 싶어요.
Best of fives are the contest of a team's real strength. Some wise words from the Shy, and just hoping that they can put it all together for a run through playoffs. What a game number one to start on that journey. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nymera, and we had a dominant Weibo Gaming victory in game one over NIP.
As soon as the early game kind of came into fruition, it looked really hard for NIP. They had a composition which needed to make use of their pick potential, but they lost so hard through their lanes that it couldn't really happen, which meant that the person pulling the trigger wasn't Shadow, it was Weiwei. He picks up our player of the game. This Vi was everywhere as soon as his bot lane started winning. He realized he could make use of his bot lane to flip the jungle matchup in his favor, which he did end up losing a little bit in the early levels because Shadow had a good Raptor start on the enemy side of the map. Weiwei really utilizing the opportunity he was given by his lanes.
And I'm always really excited about these player of the game montages we have. We have to step it up for playoffs, but Weiwei had incredible moments. This right here, though, I know you talked about it in the break, this was the game-breaking moment, it felt like.
It was, because it was already difficult when Photic had to back level 1 under turret, no cleanse. Then you go back to lane, and the Ezreal, who's already absolutely kicking your teeth in, gets 2 kills out of that play. It was utterly over. And then as soon as this started to happen, it felt like NIP just lost control of the map. I think Weibo made some very intelligent decisions. They never gave themselves like an opening to really die to the Nocturne in important positions. The one time they did die to a Nocturne ult was when the Shy died on one side of the map. And then Weibo responded to kill everyone on the other side of the map, take a Baron, take the tower, and run away with the game. Weiwei, with this play as well. It's just insult to injury. It should be illegal to do that. That feels so bad.
I will say, we had the graphic at the very beginning of the day talking about the team Weibo. This is the first time we've seen them in playoffs, but there was a clown hat, a jester hat on the Shy for a reason. Inconsistently consistent, consistently inconsistent, whichever one you want to say. But Weiwei, he had angel wings for a reason. And it's not because Angel's on the other side. It's not because he played with him before. It is the fact that this guy has been a cornerstone of this new iteration for Weibo Gaming.
Absolutely. And considering the fact that Weiwei came in to replace Karsa, one of the greatest LPL junglers of all time, one of the greatest global junglers of all time, definitely put his name up there, it felt like he was just right for the chemistry of this team. Not every super team is determined by every single member being an international title holder, which is pretty much what Weibo had before this. We've seen in the LPL this year that super teams don't always work at the first time of trying. Of course, JDG a little bit different. They are just very, very good at League of Legends, but Top Esports, they had a bit of an off split in spring, and now Weibo, they're coming back, and they know that they have this potential. It took a couple of changes, but Weibo coming in, I'm not sure a lot of people would have said, oh, he'll really fix all of this team. I remember at the start of summer, we saw him sign to the org, and people were like, oh my word, Karsa's going to get subbed out. What's going to happen? Turns out what's going to happen is they're going to find that new sense of chemistry and connection and make really good use of it.
And we have to look at, Weibo's recency as well in the playoffs, right? They were 5th, 6th last spring. They were also 5th, 6th in 2022 as a whole in both spring and summer. So the fact that we want to see this iteration work, the fact that we've seen some high moments from them within the regular split just gives you the caveat of, if they put it all together, this team can make a run for Worlds. We'll see if they can, though. NIP on the other side, they are neck deep in their miracle run starting from round 1, and you have to be a little bit introspective about that game 1 and how they drafted particularly, and especially a lot of the kind of bars of execution they put away above their head for game 1 of the series itself.
I love that you bring up the whole world qualification thing, though, because later into the bracket, of course, if they win, whoever wins today will be in Worlds qualification. The loser of this is not qualifying for Worlds. They don't get to that point because NIP would... actually, no, I think Weibo might be able to cancel that. But NIP, if they lose, they don't get to qualify. Weibo, if they win, though, of course, they get themselves into a much better position for that. Whoever wins today will face off against LNG after this point, and they have looked really, really good. They have MVP of the whole split, Scout in the mid lane right now. If that was Scout versus Xiaohu, Scout versus Angel, that would be an incredible matchup too. That team is sat there looking at this series and trying to pick apart some of these mistakes. And NIP, they showed a lot in game 1 at least, so they're going to have to really start to shore up their defenses.
And that's the biggest thing is, figuring out, does Invincible on the Fiora provide you a lot of strength in the side lane? Would you rather have something that can kind of bring together with the team? Another big caveat is that kind of conversation I started at the tail end of game number 1 and how important, yes, the jungle matchup is, but also this mid lane matchup between two mainstays of the LPL and Xiaohu and Angel.
Absolutely. And particularly with Xiaohu and Angel as well. For me, it's kind of weird to think of Angel as one of these mainstays because it always felt like he was one of these new crop of talent, one of the newer players. He's been around for a while, and even in one of his first years, made that World Finals with Suning. He's been around for a while now. It's just, when you compare it to someone like Xiaohu, who's been around for such a long time, he feels like he's just part of the geography of LPL now. He's just there. He's bedrock. He's like the mountain in the distance.
He's the emperor at this point after game 1.
Just no one tell him it's not spring, okay? Just no one tell him he's not spring, because the emperor of spring is doing very well in summer, and particularly in that first game.
And that's going to lean to a lot of what we see in game number 2. I expect a little bit of a change up, not maybe drafting that Nico so early. We will also have the change up of sides that could help NIP here. They will be on the blue side this time. So trying to figure out how exactly to navigate what the counter pick will exactly be for Weibo, I think could be really, really important. But also that bot lane matchup. You talked about a little bit at the end of the last game, but also at the beginning of this one. That was where it felt like the game broke down. And the fact that Fotik himself is the main carry for NIP as time goes on, you cannot have that happen yet again.
In game 1 draft, we saw the Xayah very early picked for Fotik by NIP, and then the support was the last pick counter pick. But I think the change between particularly spring and summer this year is that you don't just counter pick support right now, you very much counter pick AD carry. In spring, maybe you could say, oh, Draven counters XYZ champions or some things around that, right? That was kind of the AD carry matter at that point. But largely it was like, oh, if Ellis and Jinx can play against each other. The Ezreal, when it's played really well in a matchup like that, is a valuable counter pick, and you could see that work out in our first game. So I think you need to be very careful about early picking just your AD carry, unless it is going to be one of these very strong duos. Particularly the Xayah Rakan springs to mind. If that can be locked in on even Red 1-2 or the Rakan save for pick 3 or something like that, that can be very, very useful to shore up your bot lane.
Well, we're getting into it now. NIP on the blue side, ban away the Tristana and that Vi from game number 1. So not giving away those skirmish tools, but also the setup tools to Weibo. It is the Poppy and the Rel going towards NIP's ban table because they don't want to give the Poppy to Invincible, at least for Weibo, but also taking away that flex pick.
Both of them are flex picks. Rel, jungle, support, Poppy, top lane, jungle. They can go between both of those roles. So that was largely how they ended up beating RNG. They flexed around multiple of those picks later into the series. Of course, the Poppy, I can't remember if it was banned in game 1, but it would also be an answer to something like the Cassante as well, so which of the Shy has continually gone back to. And now Weiwei going to be denied that knockdown pick.
Maybe that's just leading to we don't want to get beat with what we tried in game number 1 here. I can appreciate that for NIP. Do wonder though, taking away some of the pivotal picks for Shadow could be of importance for Weibo. You were already talking about the 2 flex picks we've gotten taken away, but maybe even taking away some more of these aggressive junglers. We actually get the setup jungle of the Maokai taken off the table. And NIP will have their first pick ready to go here. We'll see what they want to prioritize this time around.
So, LeBlanc first pick. We have seen some variance in the build. Sometimes it has just been full electrocute burst. Sometimes it has been the side laning with the Shiv, despite the changes to Shiv. The function of the item is giving wave clear, and LeBlanc struggles with that on the whole. So it makes the champion very, very strong, allows you to be just that side lane menace in a way that very few champions can be right now. Very few teams have been worried about side lane for forever at this point, because it's just not been a viable win condition. On the other side, though, this was banned in Game 1. The Rumble and the Kai'Sa being locked in. Suddenly, if any CC gets locked in after this point, now you have to have your eyes on something like a Sejuani or any of your big engaged supports. You're going to have a Rumble on top of them. You're going to have the Kai'Sa flying in as well. Very dangerous long-range pick comp from Weibo coming out.
The fact that it makes it through this game too has been something Weibo is obviously cooking up in the kitchen. But a big and welcome change from that game number 1 could be this lovers duo, something that was denied because of the lack of priority NIP put on the pick itself. But it does have some of that push and pull factor that you're looking for Joel.
There's a chance that the Kai'Sa does get shifted into mid lane to answer up against the LeBlanc. It has been a decent matchup in the mid lane. So keep your eyes on that later on, Weibo. I think something like a heavy CC support or a jungler would go very well with this first 2 champions locked in. I think the Nautilus is pretty fair with a pick, right? You already know the bot lane matchup. If you want to lock the Kai'Sa in there, of course we can. Of course, as we say, see that flexed around. Crisp on the Nautilus, though, a champion he's had a lot of success on over the years.
And it just gives you so much point and power of engage there. The point and click, but also the dredge line. We'll see if he can use that one to connect with Weiwei extremely early.
This will be Crisp's 80th Nautilus game in his career. That is a whole lot of games.
That is a lot of games, and he's damn good at it. You know, there's a reason why the man is a world champion. But we'll see if he can kind of rekindle those would-be dreams on this run for Weibo. Again, if Weibo win in this series, they'll be the last team in contention for qualification to Worlds. We will see the Ivern actually banned over towards Weiwei, so try to take away some of those niche meta junglers that we've gotten at this point and trying to take away some of the strength that Weiwei has.
And anything which adds into this combo that can fight from long range, can buy time for the equalizer to tick down with CC on top of a target is very high value. You can see that Weibo banning away that Cassante, of course, is one of the champions that can just press W, go unstoppable, not really care about your engage. Has some value there. I wonder for NIP now on the other side of this, whether they have to pick something which is just really, really scary into the Rumble itself. There aren't that many Rumble top lane counters, though. That's the problem. Even stuff like the cannon is sort of countered by the Rumble. So Invincible will have a hard time. Already doesn't have that Poppy, which has been one of their mainstays. It's fairly difficult into the Rumble. Maybe you even have to go for something a bit more ballsy again and just try and out-duel him like they tried to do in Game 1.
If Xiaohu just gets this one again, my goodness. All right, well, we get the Emperor alive once again in the mid lane for Weibo. And also just an incredible performance from Game 1 that could seed a lot of momentum into Game number 2. Did like some of the skirmish focus, though, from Weibo, taking away some of the shadow picks in the Sejuani as well. Just a lot of that skirmish-heavy style that can come out of that jungle. And that litmus test for NIP that we know and love. And oh my god, okay. Well, it's a Lee Sin and a Renekton combo lock-in. Look at this topside trio that NIP have gotten.
And also look at the laners from Weibo. I mean, they are all incredibly squishy. If Shadow manages to get into melee range of someone, the kick into the Q is effectively a point-and-click one-shot at this point, especially with Lee Sin over the last season getting multiple buffs to his Q. It's got, I don't know, since a year ago or something, it's got something like an extra 20% bonus AD on the scaling of Q. It is a ridiculous amount of damage. Renekton point-and-click stun into that kick and the point-and-click again, one-shot on topside. Very high damage. And the Shy will not be that tanky on the Rumble. Yes, you can build up a stopwatch and a Zhonya's later into the game, but even that might not save you from this combo. Xiaohu similarly on the Azir. If a chain lands from the LeBlanc, expect to die, effectively. So Shadow, huge amounts of power, and this is exactly what you asked for, Mazal.
Yep.
Extra early game agency from Shadow that can actually help the lanes rather than sit and wait to team fight like the Nocturne later on.
It's his most played champion. It's something that he has found mechanical execution on time and time again. Weiwei on the other side has picked up the Viego. We got some bare knuckle boxing coming at us right here, and it is all spotlights on both Weiwei and Shadow, and especially who gets that early advantage, because both these junglers from ahead can have extreme says in how quickly this game ends, Nightmare.
Lee Sin, Viego, as you said, snowbally, high damage. Different roles though. Lee Sin can very much roll over the Viego very early on. As soon as you get, well, you don't even need your first red buff sometimes, but this matchup has been one which junglers, especially when Viego was around release, have tried to play into it occasionally. Can bully off Viego from his own camp, so again, watch out for the pushing lanes. It does feel like the Azir will have push over that LeBlanc. That's mid lane sorted at least, and of course top lane with the Rumble. Very hard to push in once they want to with the Flame Spitter. So watch out for those combinations between laners and junglers. That was the key in game 1, of course. Taking a while to load in. And I have a feeling that my poor co-caster, Mizel, has also left me on waiting. Once again, in the LPL, we are left with one solo caster against the World and against the Rift. Both these teams loading in to our second game. NIP were absolutely blown away. The shadows scattered by the lights of the Ezreal in game 1. Weiwei leading the charge as well. Game 2, they need a turnaround. If they lose this series, they cannot qualify for Worlds. Either of these teams, if they lose, cannot qualify for Worlds. Two very different drafts, two very different points of power. Watch out for that Lee Sin. Watch out for the scaling composition later on with that huge engage rate from the team fights. We are going on to the Rift for our second game of this round 2 best of 5 playoffs match. Crowd as lively as ever. Jayo's, the war cries, the battle cries of both teams sounding up from the fans in the audience. Does feel like the LPL has always had those banners raised high behind their teammates. Xiaohu once again on the Emperor in this mid lane, holding up a banner of his own. Had a lot of success with those Shurima Stoffels. Very high damage in that first game. The Shy on something a little bit different though. Taking the teleport on the Rumble, important to note. It's not going to be the Ignite for entire kill pressure. I think the Shy has realized he has been on weak side a couple of times. It does, however, mean that potentially some of those 1v1s, the 2v2s and top side with the Renekton and the Lee Sin can go a bit more in favor of NIP without that extra damage coming through. Very interested to see how that one works out. Tribrush being walked up to by Crisp and Light. It will be seen. Zyra Khan level 1, of course, very dangerous. Not going to start with anything like a knockup though. Will draw, so all it will be is a bit of a HP trade between these two 2v2s. Shadow starting up towards that top side, not looking for any quick entrance towards that top lane matchup. Instead, looking to head more towards the bot side of the map. Lanes just coming through to their first waves of play, looking for that priority in game 1. Light and Crisp absolutely blew out. Both they can draw in that level 1. It's not nearly the same kind of 2v2 matchup though. They can't get that same access to throw them off the wave, force summoners, and force a back out of Photic at that level 1. So already, for NIP, going better than game 1. Couldn't get much worse though in that 2v2. So that will be a point of confidence for them at least. Level 2 going to be hit anyway though by Light and Crisp earlier than Photic and Dwarf. No, it won't. In fact, it's going to be the turnaround. Crisp caught out. Level 2 hit. Schwob taken perilously low. Ignite dropped onto his head, but will make it out. Heals kept in the reserve by Light and Photic. So no AD carry summoner spells going down. Crisp holds onto his flash though. Might have himself a flash route opportunity at some point beyond this. You can see the observers, they are really honing in on this bot lane. It was such a big point of concern for Photic and Dwarf in that game 1. Time will tell if it will be again in this second game. Top side of the map, you can see that the Shy understands that he's on the weak side of the map though. Trying to pick up some farm underneath the turret as Invincible gets himself a combo there. No Lee Sin though around for a dive. No real threat onto the Shy at that point. Both junglers going down towards this bot side of the map, understanding both these bot lanes have setup. They have themselves enough damage, and Shadow would really like to use this Lee Sin matchup to bully out Weiwei from across the map if at all possible.
Man, the shadows took over my room, Nightmare. I'm back. I think I'm back. Oh my god!
In the background, buddy. Are you here to join us once again?
I am here. I have arrived. I am here, and you know what a way to get into game number 2.
Is this Skynet Mizel? Have we signed on to a different timeline? All I can hear is like the Terminator gobbles.
Oh no, Dagatron has taken over. I don't know if you can still hear me speaking.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep soldiering on in the way that we only can in this moment. Wei Wei walks across mid lane. Shovel allows his bot lane to shove in bot lane safely, goes towards the top side of the map. And we haven't really seen an entry to any of these lanes from these junglers yet. No incredibly early plays from either of these teams. Wei Wei took that bottom scuttle with the help of his lane pushing in again from that bot lane 2v2. Shadow going to go back towards this top side. Would love to not get double scuttle, but this is kind of one of the issues. Need to be aware of these Xerxes roaming members. Crisp on the roam is towards this top side. Support difference, and Crisp still has flash, but is a couple of seconds late to the play to help something like that double scuttle. It feels like once again, Weibo, a lot of the members in a bit more of a powerful point to roam towards these plays. Shy doesn't have to worry about anyone walking back towards his lane. Weibo going to lose that heal on that AD carry for Crisp's opportunity going towards that top lane. But again, Chris just being on the map in the right place, very important for them. It helps Wei Wei overcome what can be quite a difficult matchup in Viego versus the Lee Sin matchup. Going to be quite able to get himself too much value out of this. Light on the other side, not wanting to risk getting rooted up and killed, has no cleanse, so uses the heal to get the extra movement speed to get out alive.
Am I still a robot?
Possible. Just like the pained cries of Marcel Sidstedt at the background as we go through this. Luckily, the game is quiet enough for us to not miss too much of the action so far. Waiting on him to get back safe and sound. Junglers on their resets now. Sheen coming in for Wei Wei helps him get himself onto the next amount of his clears. Chris missing that hook onto the minion wave. Going to be a little awkward for him, but nothing at the end of the world. It's been a fairly quiet early game, and if I were to hazard a guess who that is more valuable to, I'd definitely say that's Weibo. Again, once they hit that level 6 mark, it feels like they really come online. Resets from Wei Wei. Very powerful, crisp, ready to set up for that too. And of course the Shy, despite not having something like the Equalizer, not the Equalizer available yet, of course he just unlocks it just then. Not having the Ignite for these early plays, has that teleport to keep himself in the lane, constantly pushing. Will give him some macro options later on. 2v2 erupt hooks, CC traded. Again, not really any huge damage onto the AD carries where it counts though. Shadow coming back down towards this bot side, as is Wei Wei. Both of these junglers really have been in the same area of the map, matching each other step for step so far. Mid lane is not looking towards this bot side play right now. Dragon has spawned. Of course, we've seen a couple of early dragons taken at points in the Shy. Just making a nuisance of himself in this top side, trying to keep Invincible as low HP as possible. Knows that he won't be called down towards the bot side of the map. Dragon, of course, talked about that a little bit already, but because both of these lanes in the 2v2 keeping themselves back, not going to be able to go towards that unimpeded.
I believe I'm back. They can hear me loud and clear. I might sound like a robot to you, but I do believe the people can hear my voice now.
You are right, you do sound like a robot completely to me, but
I do not
less
sound like a
mechanical, less
robot.
robotic, more flair.
Advantages, and maybe even that Rift Hour coming up about 40 seconds. Xiaohu still looking so damn strong on the Azir, as his mid lane presence has been incredible. We're actually going to take a look at this one here and see how Shadow got that first blood. It was something where, you know, Wei Wei wanted to try to take this advantage, try to take this skirmish, but Angel's preemptive flash was actually so clutch, and Shadow picks up the kill in the end.
That chain coming through, of course, it's just the power of the Lee Sin LeBlanc. Once that CC comes down, and if the Lee Sin Q ever connects with the buff to Lee Sin Q, it is utterly absurd amounts of damage. Need to be very careful post level 6 as well, that the kick doesn't end up flinging someone into an important target as well. So NIP, some gold on the board. Not going to pick up themselves that dragon at first either, though. They get themselves onto a reset, get themselves back out onto the map. But Shadow, this is exactly what we asked for. Him to have more priority in the early game. Hook lands, E cancelled.
Ooh, the Blade Caller actually doing a little bit of work there on the back end too. The Shy looking to hunt down Shadow, who was looking top side of the map. Did get a little vision there, but will be instantly cleared. And I will say that in this matter, you guys focusing heavily around mid lane, because that was a lot of the leaning strength for Weibo in game number 1. Xiaohu had like a 30-40 CS lead over Angel on the Nico, and they were able to use that very, very strongly.
And he hasn't really been focused on a 2v2, potentially 2v2 in top side.
Uh-oh, the Shy got caught last time around in game 1 multiple times. Won't fall prey this time, gets the flash out. He wants the solo, but gets taken out instead. The Jester hat has never sit on a head so rightfully, as Shadow will end up trying to find some good plays.
Shadow!
Look at the mechanics there, but the Emperor's Divide comes in and Shadow has no exit. That's the reset city for Weiwei, and he's gonna look for another one. Oh, not enough for Xiaohu to follow him through. It's a punish though, and Weibo capitalized.
Shadow getting himself a second kill for his team and for himself, but not able to completely reroute the direction of that fight. Xiaohu on the board as well now, importantly so. Will this lead to a Herald? I don't think there's a available contest. Shadow's running back onto the map. How much can Angel annoy these two? I don't think they can slow it down. The Herald take enough for this to really stop it from happening. Crisp and Light join the party as well. Shy goes down towards bot side. He'll be working towards the bot side, stopping Photic, getting himself some free plates. Shy, once again, walking towards Photic. Doesn't have the flash this time, doesn't have the equalizer. Might be just dead to rights in the Shy, buddy. He has a couple of these where he's caught out in the side lane. Shadow adding insult to injury. No flash, no equalizer, no hope in hell in this one. It's a bit of a freebie. Is there a cross map coming in from Weibo? They have themselves the Herald towards that top side. Might be able to drop that one down. But it's still gold over towards that Lee Sin once again, even though plate's going over to the side of Weibo will probably even out the trade more than enough.
Rumble pick no less, but this is where Weibo can pull something back. Multiple plates, 4 as well as a potential first turret going over to Light and Weiwei up here.
First turret into a Kaiser of all things. Yes, that Lee Sin's scary, but one thing we say about Lee Sin is that it's very hard to use that gold advantage later on. Most of the time, you're only hitting the same one target. You're not the tankiest member in the world either. You can get blown up. Whereas gold on something like a Kaiser from all of this, even gold on something like the Viego, which is being shared between the two of them, very, very powerful because Viego has a bit more team fight versatility, shall we say. Shadow's going to take the first Dragon of the game, though, from NIP. And we will end this phase of play, I think probably with a Weibo advantage even still, just because that amount of gold from an entire 5 plates into a Viego and a Kaiser is so powerful.
You did just get first items completed. You got static shift for Angel, so a lot more strength in the wave clear as well. But you also have to look to Shadow with those first item completions to have even more strength out on the map and continue looking to be aggressive, right? He went the Gore Drinker, so he's absolutely looking to be a divisive moment in these team fights. Well, speaking of, Xiaohu continuing to farm up from this mid lane.
Team to farm up, but then the ship's been built up by Angels. That will give NIP a bit more pressure in the 1v1 matchup there, and particularly when it moves into side lanes. LeBlanc, of course, pretty much uncontested in terms of wave clear beyond that point. Autos the wave, basically kills everything in it in just half a second. So wait for NIP to change the lane allocation for that one to come to the front. I think with towers still up, it's very hard to do that one. Of course, top lane out of turret is gone. Maybe around second Herald, we'll see things start to change around that point. Xiaohu briefly caught out, but not really much to be done about here. Deep Vision being put down by NIP. Shadow going for the kick, goes in, forces back the Azir. Xiaohu, great laning phases, but not able to survive himself against the might of Shadow's Lee Sin. Again, we asked for him to have more early agency. Picks himself up the early power of the Lee Sin, and he is off to the races. 3-1-1, Gore Drinker first item. Feels like there's a bit of a timing window with this champion, but there is more than enough time for Shadow to make his mark. Going forward again, doesn't connect the Q onto Weiwei, but will take away a couple of these small raptors. And this deep vision is going to become a bit more of an issue. And with NIP having members on the top side of the map, the Shy is on weak side. Sure, has Ignite, doesn't have his ult. Might be able to add in just enough to kill the Shy, though. Extra shield, is that going to be enough? Once again, finding himself in a difficult spot, taking Invincible oh so low, but not low enough. Xiaohu picks up one. Angel not able to connect the chain after that point. It is a 1-for-1, but extra fights in the jungle, and Light joins the party. First item with that Kraken Slayer brings down Shadow, who gets a little too adventurous with his forays into the enemy jungle. It's blood across the top side of the map. NIP getting themselves extra towers and plates, though, from this. Probably sees them to the advantage beyond this point. It was a real mess, though. They would have loved to not give that shutdown over to Light's Kaiser, who had all of those plates from the top lane out of turret already put into him. Light once again in a position to get so much fighting potential. unlocked and available in this second game. It's much closer though, NIP, it felt like at this point in the game last time around, we're pretty much locked out. They had themselves a more difficult team comp to execute, especially from behind the pace of the game. So it feels like this time, all of the lanes of NIP having themselves an easier time of things. Bot lane, of course, doing a little better, of course, than the first game from that very early level 1. But the Shy is just not able to outplay this at all. He's very truly on the weak side. Xiaohu sadly died under that turret as well, just beyond the end of that replay. NIP getting themselves a lot of bang for that bug. This is what happened around the start of the play around jungle, though, around the red side Raptors. Wei against a very fed Lee Sin. Gore Drinker, more than enough to see away that jungler. Chris not able to get the hook, but the W, the extra CC before the plasma is more than enough light. Getting this extra gold is going to be very dangerous, despite the advantage overall. Going towards side of NIP. Be very, very difficult for NIP to take care of. So, Lights, really the hope for Weibo this time is not just the... Oh my gosh, what do you do about this, the Shy? He's just never given a chance to survive. He doesn't have any armor. We were worried about the Lee Sin Renekton, and that is just disastrous.
Well, I believe that I am back, my friend. And I will say that it's been a tragedy of this. Thank you for solo casting. Appreciate you. You're doing well. I will say the Shy's doing as good as ever, though, right? That Jester hat feeling really good. 0-4 in the side lane.
This is the power of the Lee Sin. Now, the thing is, Shadow is going to find it increasingly harder to find these kind of advantages later and later on. But for now, I mean, the Shy is just completely out of the game at this point. You're not going to be able to lane against this Renekton. You're definitely not going to be able to lane if Angel turns up in your side of the map as well. NIP going to get themselves another tower in this mid lane. Always an important objective. Unlocks so much of the map.
And now we actually look into it as I'm getting all my audio equipment set up. We actually see Weibo looking pretty aggressive here, but getting engaged on a little bit more fight from NIP. Double lock up there. You do get one caught through, and Weiwei gets out alive again. Xiaohu gets pulled by the Blade Caller there. Nice re-engage from Chris. That's pretty big, and the Flame Spitter is roasting Angel alive like it's the kill itself.
Those Angel Wings just got burned off by the Flame Spitter, and at least the Shy manages to roam down to that fight. A difficult time in the side lanes, some of those inconsistencies showing up from Weibo as a team, not being able to protect this Rumble. It's not really all on the Shy. Very hard to allow him into this game, but at least he roams down to the play at this point. Second Herald being started up by NIP, and with some of those ultimates being down from the side of Weibo, they pick up the kill onto Angel, but they're not going to be able to control the top side of the map. They'll trade it for Dragons, so neutral objectives put back and forth. Weibo at least getting themselves on the board.
They can find some fight back in a little bit of moments, but it is things like this that can lean their direction as well.
And, you know, the long-range engage from Weibo is the first thing you pick up about this composition. That equalizer comes in from absolutely miles away, forces Photic into a very awkward position, forces the flash out. Now the next time you take one of these fights, Photic needs to be oh so careful. NIP needs to be oh so careful. Anything tags onto them, maybe Kai'Sa can fly through, launch them off into the distance. Angel is in the side lane now. Allocations have changed in these lanes, so now with the Static Shiv instantly pushing one of these side lanes, Weibo potentially have extra worries to think about when it comes to approaching these fights.
Speaking of that approach, I'm wondering where you get that kind of confidence built up for NIP. Yes, they have a little bit of that strength, but now with the Rift Herald coming back onto the map, I do expect a lot of those resources to go to either Angel or Photic. And now that you get the second item completion for Photic, you maybe look to press into that even more, as well as the Black Cleaver for Shadow.
Second items, as you said, really going to start coming across now. Significant gold lead from NIP. They had no way, they were nowhere close to this in game one. They had no platform to fight on, but having so much gold on that Lee Sin and that Kai'Sa, or rather on the Xayah rather, potentially they can walk away into some of these big fights. They don't really want this to evolve into 5v5s though. I think that's where things start falling apart for them. They want to keep taking these broken skirmishes.
I'm trying to find as many skirmishes as possible. I still think the trio that they drafted for themselves have been so strong, and the way that we actually see them capitalize on these side lane picks on the Shy is really, really big. Speaking of, maybe a fifth one coming through here. The equalizer comes down. TP not in time, and the Rift Herald comes through with a charge.
Behind the turret.
hey, got to go with the flanks here as Angel getting away from Light in the end. Maybe Shadow can follow up on a Weiwei, but that is a tier 2 tower gone. And NIP looking to push even more through this top side of the map.
The Shy just can't catch a break. He is in such a awkward position where he always needs someone hanging around his lane, but the damage has been done. The Shy already doesn't have the damage to stand up even in probably a 1v2 at this point. It's been a very difficult game for the top laner of Weibo. Again, I don't think it's necessarily all his fault. His early control was fine in the matchup, but then a couple of deaths later and this Rumble is absolutely out of the game. NIP, they'd like to keep it that way. Again, they really want to make sure that these skirmishes continue in their way. And a lot of this has come through, once again, how much can we talk about it? It's through Shadow. He picks up the Lee Sin, very different from the Nocturne, and his team is seeing great benefits from it.
So I've been hearing double of myself this entire time. You just unlocked my ears. I can actually think clearly now. Oh my god.
Is it a second Zell?
Anyway.
Is it a Nico? Who knows? It's Adeptus Chris, possibly. Chris, but
you know, hey,
Flash.
he's got Spider-Man skills, okay? We'll see Shadow coming around. I don't think they're going to save him today. You only get one, and this time is not it. Chris goes down. Shadow picks up the kill.
How many times are they going to beat this same bush? Weibo, they are stuck in multiple lanes where they can't defend the entire map. They're going to die somewhere if NIP choose to group very quickly, and they're choosing to do exactly that. Baron has now spawned. Weibo, they have no choice but to answer to this. I wonder if NIP are going to wait until they can just see the teleports come in, or whether they will force a conclusion to this fight.
He got the Shy's TP here. He doesn't really have much. The Equalizer is available. I actually just looked for some damage on Invincible. About half health. There's that Equalizer we were talking about. Not much of a fight in the tank for Weibo, but they look like they want to take it anyways. The Shy gets soloed out there in the end, and NIP go right back to the Baron.
Oh, it's such disaster. NIP, they were never looking to flip that Baron. They had the numbers advantage, and they can just follow up anyway. They get the teleport, they get the kill. Crisp is back on the map, has Hex Flash and have ult. Will NIP just pull the same trick again?
Let's see this. Whoa, goes in! Huge grand entrance. The Blade Caller actually misses, and they might have a little bit of a fight back. Reset's not enough, though, and they pull down Crisp into the grave. That was a double for Angel, and they go right back for a third try at the big purple worm.
Easy as you like. NIP, they just know the script, don't they? Go towards the Baron, force Weibo to respond. Because if they're not in the same area of the map, they take the Baron for free. The game is effectively over anyway. They make it even worse, though. They never settle for the flip. They turn off the Baron time after time. And now suddenly, with the Shy already not being able to survive in a side lane, with Weibo falling apart across the map, they now have to deal with Baroned up minions as well. This is worst case scenario for the team. They've lost so much gold over this last few minutes. And NIP, from a disastrous game one, looked like a completely different team. Dro just digs the nose in. What do you do about this?
Yeah.
Allow Shadow to get a monstrous kick. This Lee Sin does lose value as the game goes on. But when you've got teammates to give you an easier entrance into the fight, that extra gold and the damage is still very potent.
And it's not only that, but it was an aggressive stance from NIP in game one that did not go their way. And the fact that they go back to that well here for game two, adjust and adapt, and then have such a strong performance like this, it's a big come up for them. Almost 8,000 gold in the lead. They are looking at tier 2 towers, aplenty here with 2 minutes left on the Baron buff.
2 minutes is plenty of time to get some more waves shoved into the enemy base. The Shy recalling towards top side, doesn't have himself a teleport. You see how wary Weibo have to be. They can't walk up to their inner turrets. If someone were to hop over a wall, whether that be Draw, Angel, or Shadow, things would get so difficult after that point. There are no stopwatches than Weibo. The Shy has built up his first item. He's felt like he needs to go for a Shadow Flame just for the raw M-Pen. It's less about getting himself something like a mythic item to win a 1v1. It's just about ultimate value after this point. Shadow, playing with his food, hops over the wall.
Yeah, can't catch him. He's too slick. As we do see them continue to press in, there should be an inhib tower underway here in the mid lane for NIP. They could look for picks. Those are big things for them as they have such a big lead. They have all these item spikes, and that's an inhib going down in the mid lane.
And going down, a Q landed onto the Shy. He just had that moment of horror, a moment of terror for the poor top lane. I think, oh no, not another kill from a LeBlanc. He's already 0-6, having a rough time of things. Once this matchup is behind, it's so hard to play. Extra minions being shoved in towards bot side. It's doubly cancelled.
Oh, Zhuo goes right back in, says, I don't know if you wanted that engage. NIP have to back away a little bit. Zhuo, half health, a little bit less. Crisp gonna go so low. Angel, he tries to find the kill, but can't get the damage off just yet. Shadow goes for the kick, and he delivers Xiaohu right to the early grave that they dug for him. NIP are now just looking at mid lane with these in it, but Shadow again! My god, this man is like moving in and out of this fight consistently. You'd think he's playing ping pong with Weibo Gaming. Game number 2 will end under 25 minutes here as NIP put the final touches.
It's just like a fantasy book, isn't it? Wherever there is light, there is also shadow. 6, 2, and 10 on the Lee Sin. We asked for a step up from the NIP jungler, and that Lee Sin is more than what we asked for.
He grabs his most coveted champion in the Lee Sin. He grabs the thing that he can mechanically execute on, and he does just that. And again, the litmus test for NIP has been Shadow. The way they find advantages has been Shadow. And the fact that they set him up for success, they played around him with a lot of strength in the solo lanes. That is a recipe that Weibo might not have an answer for.
And there are some really big points of concern here for Weibo, where we knew they could die through side lanes a lot. The Shy has had some incredibly powerful games. He always does. But this split, and this year, as opposed to any other in his career, has been very, very up and down. This one here, I feel bad for the Shy. I don't think he played it out as best he could have done when he was already behind in the game. But his team was never there to help him on the weak side of the map. You can't just give over waves and waves for free. And it felt like Weibo were utterly bereft of tools, or at least the sense to help out their losing top laner. And it felt like that was just a complete loss condition. The Shy died over and over, and his team was never there to help.
And you could see how much resources Weiwei was putting into Xiaohu as well. He was consistently hovering that mid lane, and Angel stood the test of time, it felt like, in this second one. In game 1, I don't think you can say that to some extent, but the fact that they were able to batten down the hatches a little bit, use this LeBlanc to some strength, and have some push in mid lane, it was utilized very, very well for them. And you also didn't give over those early 2 kills in bot lane. I feel like that's a very big difference from game 1 to game 2.
I remember, so when we were early in this game, I sat there, all on my lonesome, you'd left me at that point in time.
Yeah,
thinking,
you know,
contact spectrum, better this time. They haven't died twice at, 2 minutes. They haven't lost summoners at level 1. That's great. But, like, there is definitely scales of bad to worse,
There definitely was. I think I could see them tilting as well as the time went through. I appreciate you actually having an incredible solo cast there. Don't know what to say about my internet, but maybe some of that inconsistency with my internet comes through for Weibo.
We can never escape from the Daggertron.
He has lived in the LPL since his founding, and he will never leave. He's in the walls. You can never get rid of him. Shout outs to the Daggertron, but also shout outs to NIP. After that first game, I was very curious at what kind of response we'd get, where they would adapt their draft, especially going to blue side. And we actually saw some changes in that, but also that confidence still being given to the main man himself in Shadow, and an 11,000 gold advantage at 24.5 minutes. What a barn burner for NIP.
And Shadow out-damaged both enemy solo laners on a Lee Sin. That's pretty remarkable, honestly. And for this length of the game, you haven't reached the point where you're getting huge amounts of items and you get the huge team fight value. Weibo were never given a straight 5v5. And a lot of that was because of that damage number from Shadow. That's all early game damage, let's be honest. Some bits in the late game, but he was absolutely slapping heads against the walls, really. Weibo didn't have a chance to ever play their composition in the same way that NIP never got to play their composition in game 1. They've returned the favor here in game 2.
It's the duality, man. It's the back and forth that we could only expect from these two teams. Again, when you look into the details, yes, there's been some consistently inconsistent performances from Weibo in the regular season. This is the first time we're seeing them in the playoffs, and we see that already on display in this best of 5. While NIP, they felt like they need a little bit of time for the engine to warm up. We've already seen them once in a best of here in the playoffs, but especially after that game number 1, it feels like they finally have woken up in this series.
Have done. And I love how sometimes the story just writes itself. We talked about the jungle matchup. We talked about both of these junglers being very important to their evolution of a team. Both of them came in summer in Weiwei and in Shadow, and these teams have really started to take off. And we've seen now one game apiece where both of these junglers have really made the most of their opportunities.
Now we get to see what we have in store for game number 3. We're going to take a little break. We're going to figure out our internet issues, and we'll be right back.
这边再变成一个布拉姆，鳄鱼开启了一个大招，这边鳄鱼收购是被布拉姆的盾给挡掉了，直接大5个，而且这边俊佳也冲进去，先瞄准的是一个 Prage 的臭鱼暴风，虽然是造了起来， 但是这边他们的前排反而是都被融化了，努力还有2段的飞仙，还想要继续往前操作吗？清到的是一个屋顶。 하지만 이거만 먹으면 날렸고요. 그 다음에 버스트 흔들리고 뒤잡다. 버스트 바로 한번 장난해봐야 돼요. 그렇죠. 잘해봐야 돼요. 프레스가 그래도 싸워야 되나요? 테디가 프레스. 그래 한번더 프레스. 데프트가 마지막. 데프트가 테디가 테디가 와. 1대1 깜깜했다가 1대1 하나
O time da Cabo vem fechando! Ultimate do Redbert! Vem de longe o Scary! Eles garantem o abate pra cima do Juliera! E a Cabo vai lutando muito bem! Já tem Double na mão do Raven! Olha o que ele faz! Cabo vai perseguindo! Scary também tá aqui! Deita! Pentakill! Raven!
하나 더 아니 바로 다 왔거든요. 헬프 누군가요? 이게 줄줄이 소세지로 묶었나요? 그러면 같아요. 이런 게 기회인데 세주는
근데 이게 바로는 없어서
19분 예. 한 번 더! 이게 들어갔네요. 심상치 않았거든요.
Oh, he can't make it here in time. There's a lot of execution. LPC!
That's half his health. It's half his health. Jin Zhao over the wall here. Gala, Gale forces, and then dodges the charm as well. It's clean as hell from Gala, as you would expect. And now to the rest of the team is into the meat grinder. Scout has so much damage. He grabs himself a triple kill. Wait, Decade's in the back of the pit. Is this gonna be what I think it's gonna be? Scout with 4. He's had a magnificent chase performance. We've seen how much the shot blasts do.
Flash.
He's shown on the wave. Surely sacrifices himself for the pentakill.
Got the long range poke. That was just a significantly better, higher impact ulti from the Mount guy. Abadaga gets jumped on, caught out, and Irrelevant doesn't have the range just yet. Certus has used the unleashed power. The members of Exile still keeping that Baron aggro. Irrelevant needs to find the stun, needs to find the CC. But Patrick, as well as Abadaga, are still relatively healthy. They can keep poking and prodding. That's Exit Kick chunked out to 30%. Irrelevant's finally found Abadaga, but now on the reply, Odoamne is looking and finding Exit Kick. The Baron's about to fall in favor of Exile. But SK are relying on Irrelevant. He's got too many members to deal with. It's Exile finding kill after kill, and the Baron to boot.
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know You can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad boy me.
He got a rocket ship. It runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know. Nobody can bring you down. You go. Moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine. It's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream. Moving at the speed of sound. You know. Nobody can bring you down. You go. Moving at the speed of sound. You know. Nobody can bring you down. You go. Moving at the speed of sound. You know.
我觉得在我们常规赛最后几场，我们表现不好的原因，是因为我们那个时候的状态以及对版本的理解不是很好。让我们这段时间训练打很多，让我们大家也疯狂的交流。我觉得这段时间我们状态面是有混乱的。我觉得我们上一次面对 WBG 的时候，我们中野当选的英雄对抗太弱了。我们下次面对微博的时候，我们会加强我们中野的英雄选择的。我觉得小虎这个赛季的状态都非常好，因为我也经常看他们比赛，我觉得小虎的小炮，我觉得是 LPL 玩最好的。我觉得下次面对他的时候，我觉得我会选出前面更有现权的英雄，然后去跟他抗衡。我觉得我们队伍及大家心态都还挺好的，我觉得我们能赢下一轮就是一轮。当然，我个人特别想赢下下一轮，如果可以的话，我觉得我们大家能走到梦外赛，那是最完美的。我觉得今年的感悟就是让我觉得无论什么时候，我觉得保持冷静都是一个非常必要的一个心态。
Welcome back, everyone. After I got shadow ulted in that game number 2, my goodness, we are back here with the LPL Summer Playoffs. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Naimera. And the man who ulted my internet also got MVP for game number 2, so I don't know if that's a coincidence or not. And here he is with
so
an incredible game 2
that's where the paranoia came from game 1. That's where they went. It makes sense.
Were mad.
He saved all of his game 1 ults for your internet at that point. But yes, honestly, the change from game 1 to game 2 was very much in the style of composition, and it really helped that Shadow had another really good set of early plays. The early pathing didn't lead to that much, but the first fight in bot side river leading into the kill with the LeBlanc chain, that really set the ball rolling. And then as soon as top lane started going under, Shadow was there dunking on the Shy every time he could.
Yeah, and I think when we talked so much about NFP, they find success through this man. He has had a heck of a journey. He made such a splash on Mad Lions. He came over, was on LGD with, I'll just say it was downright bad. There was not a lot of good moments for Shadow, even though he was one of the brighter points of the team, and it feels like coming alive on NIP is exactly the recipe they need to make these playoffs stick. And here in the second best that we've seen from him, the fact that he went to the Lee Sin, his most played champion, the comfort level, the aggression that came out from this guy, you could see it on full display.
This was such an insane kick as well. Just finds the target in the bush, reads it well, and the side lane plays onto the Shy are one thing. I think the plays in the team fights were very impressive as well. It can be very hard to execute on as the Lee Sin, but the teammates of NIP very much helped him get towards that point. Of course, we're going to have to chat about the Shy's play at some point, because he was such a pressure sink for the side of Weibo. He couldn't do enough for them, but it doesn't matter really when Shadow's having a game like this. The extra golden pocket, of course, helps him stay alive and have the stats to get the huge one-shots, but that play around the Baron was so disgusting to watch.
This one right here, my God. The way that he does this, like, thinking so many steps ahead, and we get the beautiful directed cam straight through. Xiaohu ate so many kicks to the dome this game. The guy's going to be looking at concussion protocol at this point.
One of my favorite authors of all time is a guy called Sateri Pratchett, the late Sateri Pratchett, and he had this wonderful idea of an ancient martial art practiced by some time-traveling monks in the far-off mountains called Deja Vu. And I think that Shadow has studied this. Deja vu is the feeling of being kicked in the head this way before, because that's what Xiaohu experienced. Just every time I was like, this happened a few minutes ago, and he just could never have a clean team fight.
Yeah,
Kicks
it was
all the
really
way
rough.
through the different parts of the game.
Also, the fact that, like, in some of those moments, I know the one that stood out to me was the Shuriba shuffle above where Baron Pit was, where, like, literally he gets the kick off before it connects, so he just gets delivered right next to the target. He kicks, like, thank you, Xiaohu, for delivering me to your teammate. But there was a lot of moments from Shadow that were great from game 2, but you have to see continue if NIP want any hope in this series. Weibo are not slouches. They are not a team to be doubted, because when they show up with the fiery heat that can absolutely destroy games. And I know the Shy is going to be a little salty after that last game. I expect him to have a big performance in game 3.
So for anyone that was watching LEC groups yesterday, I think this conversation around the Shy in this game should be treated the same as around someone like Ebby on Team Heretics as well. Because when you see a top laner dying on repeat, there are a couple of things you have to consider. One of which is, if you are in a snowballed matchup and your team chooses not to bail you out, I don't think that's an individual mistake from the top laner. I think that is on potentially sometimes an early game, a mid laner finding some pressure towards top lane, and of course junglers being around or supports being around as well. It felt like every time the Shy entered a lane, he was just immediately killed. And you can't, as a top laner, leave every wave for dust. You can't do that. Sometimes as a Rumble, you can ult some waves before they hit the tower, but he didn't even have that luxury. So Weibo, going into game 3, like it's hard to see that iterated on, because this has been a problem for Weibo multiple times throughout this year. They've had these inconsistencies in side lanes, but you cannot let a matchup snowball like that out of control.
Yeah, it's so difficult, and Snowball can be king. We're back in Xi'an, and we're back for game number 3. Weibo back on the blue side, NIP on the red. We do get those classic bans already. It is the Poppy. That Rumble from Weibo. I love the blue side just banning the things that they played the last game. And the Xayah does get banned away this time. Not going to make it through for a 3rd game in a row. We do get the Kai'Sa LeBlanc and the Tristana ban from NIP. Again, sticking to, we don't want you to play what we just played.
So with Xayah gone, a lot of the aggressive junglers are a lot higher value, like Vi. I was wondering if it was going to be Nocturne, but the Vi first pick, it's been in Weiwei's wheelhouse for such a long time, and of course the LPL's wheelhouse for forever at this point, for about 2 years. We've really been making the most of that pick over here. So now NIP, what are they going to go towards? Are they going to go back towards something like
the repeat of game 1.
I mean, we could see that, but then there wouldn't be something like that Xayah for Photic. He was the one that picked that time, of course. This would be a bit different, though. I mean, he found the success on it in game 2.
Give it. Oh, okay, last second. They're going to go with actually a big pick for Photic himself in the Jinx. A lot of breathing room in the fights, but also that uptick in momentum once you get excited. Something exactly Photic will be looking for, because he is that late game carry for NIP.
Xiaohu monstered Angel in game 1 in this lane matchup of the Azir versus the Nico, so that would be dangerous prospects for NIP. However, in game 1, it did feel like NIP didn't have a mid jungle which they could play through with the Nico. I mean, they could play through the team fights. They could play, they could play through the team fights, but just not through the laning phase. So Shadow, I would like to see him on something that could help his lanes earlier. I think his team needs that.
I saw Xiaohu yawning there, locking in the Azir 3rd time. Maybe a little bored, but he has to wear
God
the
gives
mantle
his hardest
of
battles to his sleepiest soldiers, Mazel.
They have to, give him the crown of the Emperor once again. We do get the Rel lock in for Weibo, so it will take away some of that flexibility that NIP like to play for with that pick, but it also gives so much engage potential to Crisp, to Weibo. We'll see what NIP's response is going to be here.
So they did lock in the Nocturne in game 1, and they do so again. So what the difference is between game 1 and now is that the bot lane matchup is going to be different. that tilted the matchup into Weibo's favor in that game because the Ezreal and the Leona really just ran roughshod over Photic and Dwarf. So maybe with a different lane and potentially a counterpick support again. Well, of course it will be because the Rel's already locked in, but maybe getting a counterpick duo once you know what the AD carry matchup is. Maybe that will change things for NIP's bot lane, and that will then allow Shadow to not just have to be babysitting bot lane and watching them die for double kills in the early game.
Get some respect thrown over towards Light. Not going to give him the Ezreal that popped off so hard in game number 1 off those 2 kills in bot lane early on. We'll see what that focus is going to be for Weibo, right? They do have some very strong support still on the table that NIP could be looking at, so they go ahead and take the Alistar away from Zhuo.
Again, just trying to ban stuff away that can kind of stop that initial engage. Something like that Rel. I don't think that Rel is countered by Alistar anymore because you can kind of stun and then go into your knockup combo. But I think banning away something that can hold the door shut in front of a Vi and a Rel ulting is quite important. I think you might think to ban away something like a Braum now as well. That could also be fairly important. Either the Braum or the Nautilus, both fairly high value bans here.
I do like the Varus ban towards Light. Just give a little bit more utility and actually CC to a Weibo team who already has so much of that. We do get the Nautilus locked away, though, by Weibo. We should see, okay, it is just going to be that Rakan locked in for Zhuo. So the peel, but also the engage potential. We saw him actually come out so clutch in that last game with this pick.
And opposed to something like a Braum, which has to sit there and eat Azir autos from his soldiers, Rakan can threaten the Azir and move out of those active soldier ranges. That would be a very different kind of pick. We haven't seen that much Kalista in the LPL, but with so many AD carries removed, it will be locked in. So now you have a way to pull Crisp out of the engage, but you're still going to have to be very careful where you tread. If the lights go off and Nico hits you, that Kalista is completely dead. It is, however, a kill lane in the early game, which is what really flipped the matchup between these two teams in game 1 with the similar jungle matchup.
And I also love it. I remember initially with the combo, Rel and Kalista are dirty with the engage that you can do. This is also, you know, not a far off champion for Light. This is a champion he knows well. This will be his 30th career game competitively on this pick, and they will be looking to down smash that bottom lane. We do get an interesting one for the top side. We get the Shy back on the Cassante from game number 1. We also get the Jax for Invincible this time around.
Jax is easier to play in team fights than something like the Fiora in that game 1. If you get to flash stun, you can join the engage. You kind of need to have your summoners available in this kind of game to reach that very long range backline. Once again, Weibo running a similar composition to game 1, which is this long range backline, which is then going to be peeled for by 3 frontliners, and of course Light will give some extra safety to Crisp on that Rel. So some differences, some iterations, some changes from that first game, which Weibo ran away with right from the laning phase. NIP feel bold enough to run back a similar draft. They gave Weibo that blue side, or rather Weibo took it for themselves. They're playing once again on that red side. Can they make this draft work this time?
My goodness, what a time to be alive. We're getting into a contested game number 3. We've had great performances from both sides already in this one, but you have to remember, holistically, whoever wins here will be the last team in contention for qualification of Worlds. And you know that rides high, not only because if you lose this best of, your season is over, but you want to try to get into those 4 wonderfully juicy world spots that we'll have from the LPL. Weibo have been incredibly inconsistent throughout their regular season. We called them consistently inconsistent, if you will. And on NIP's side, there's been one savior, and he has come from the shadows. You have to see how these rosters can do, especially in such a heavily pressured matchup, and the way that we've seen it go so far in Imera.
Sometimes life imitates art, and both ways around. You can't really have it better. Light versus Shadow in a closely contested best of 5 for the last LPL contention spot for Worlds. It doesn't get any better from that on kind of like an emotive level, but also on the gameplay level too. We've seen Light have an incredible series in that game 1 particularly. Game 2 is a little harder for him. Shadow picking up the pieces once more. It's a harder game for them once again. It's not going to be that Lee Sin snowball angle. He needs to rely on his teammates to allow him to survive through to the point where Nocturne can start turning off the lights, start threatening these carries.
We saw in game 1, it didn't go the way of an IP with this style of composition. We'll see if they can learn the lessons from game 1 itself. We'll see, especially all eyes on Weiwei versus Shadow. as we get into game number 3 between Weibo and NIP. Let those gyos ring. As the energy fills the arena in Xi'an, so does Summoner's Rift feel alive and electric. Nymera, we got a game 3 poggers coming on here, as both teams again have had very, very holistic wins in game 1, game 2. Now we're back with iterations and kind of some deja vus from the series so far.
Well, deja vus. See how trained these are.
Got the tie-in, man. Synergy's on point. After all the internet disconnection issues, you know, we have to have something going for us.
I'll take your word for it, buddy. What we will see is the difference between Game 1 and Game 3 in terms of the jungle starts. Shadow is not going to go for a Raptor start at level 1, partly because of the strength of the level 1 kill threat from Light and Chris bot lane. If they were to walk up and defend that Raptor start, it would have been a very dangerous prospect for NIP's jungler. Invincible misses the sun towards top side, so he won't get the hardest trade up there. Looking to maybe get himself a grass proc. Shy looking to trade back as well.
And something we've seen sway a lot of this matchup so far has been this bottom lane. We have Light Kalista on the board, something we haven't seen a lot of, but that is going to be influencing this jungle skirmish that Weiwei is going for very early. The level 2 that he's looking to take on a Shadow with that priority bot lane might just go his way.
Okay, but what did Shadow level? Because if he's leveled his spell shield, he might have mind gamed this and he can stop the Weiwei Vaiku coming through. But this is the thing about Kalista. Kalista almost always gets bot lane shove. It allows you to push in. This reminds me of what Photic and Joao would do on Kalista Renata last year on V5. Shadow is alone in his jungle.
There's nothing that you can do as well. Chris stepping up here. Weiwei should be able to take away this blue buff. You get the crash down. Actually, Shadow, you overextended in the spell shield as well as the flash going to come through, but he might still die as those spears are ripped from his body. It's Light that gets first blood. As Shadow has been taken out, there's nowhere to hide for the ninjas. And Weibo actually with Angel's help might get something back here, but it's Xiao who steps up. The Emperor has arrived, and everyone should bow to the knees. Angel goes down 2, and Light is 2-0. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here, Nymera.
Kalista with 2 kills and an assist? Are you kidding me? Light could not have a better start for a better champion to run away with an early game lead. Very few 80 carries snowball as hard as a Kalista with early laning leads. And a lot of that comes from Shadow misplaying the spell shield. He did level up the spell shield at level 2, but he doesn't manage to get out of the CC combo from Crisp and the rest of the team coming through. NIP, they've ran back a similar draft to game 1, but similarly to game 1, a bot lane lead has led to a disastrous outcome. Watch this, right? He does level the spell shield, but he doesn't get it in time to stop the combo coming in from Crisp. He just misplays. He doesn't have the reaction time to get that spell shield out and gets absolutely destroyed by the early power of the Kalista.
And you see the wraparound. Light is playing so confidently here, and those are the kinds of killer instincts you love to see from this guy. And the fact that Xiaohu makes it, Angel was here, yes, he gets the pullback, but it is 2 kills, and we've seen what this bot lane can do with a little advantage, and that was on an Ezreal. This is on a Kalista.
This is, I mean, what more do you say about this? For those of you that didn't really follow the meta in spring last year, we saw an awful lot of Kalista Renata. And Kalista Rel, similar kind of take over the lane because you threaten the kill so much. You get to go onto the wave and just kind of run away with it. Invincible's jumping forward. Weiwei's up here too. Doesn't have flash. Might still be able to get a kill.
Oh my goodness. The buffer there from the Shy. Invincible has to flash. Q3 will not be available for the Shy, but they will revisit that. Look at this crash here as well. The flash burned. Invincible just going to try to clean up the scraps.
At least he picks up the farm, so it's not the worst thing ever. Invincible able to walk away with a little less HP and a flash down, but alive nonetheless. Light and Chris, they are so ready to take over this game, though. I prefer to control. They were the masters of playing this when they were on V5. Exactly. This was their combo. But what can they do? They know exactly what happens with this combo. There has to be a real bead of sweat rolling down the forehead after that early play. They know exactly what the Kalista can do with a kill lane.
I mean, if you saw there, 149 days since this pick has been played, and it was Photic versus AL in their matchup. So now I want to see, Light taking it over to Photic, but the way that Weibo will play around this, I do expect heavy presence down towards the spot lane, as you can already see developing.
And if it weren't bad enough, NIP have a significant deficit in the jungle as well now. They're not going to be able to go towards that dragon. That's expected. The Kalista has control of the bot side of the map now. And wherever Light goes on the map, Weibo will just, well, I mean, in a very fitting way, banish the shadows. Shadow cannot be on that same side of the map. No flash, no way out of these plays, and no ability to fight their way out of it. So that's going to be Dragon going down for Weibo. And when it comes around to the first Herald fights of the game, I don't think it's going to get any better. Weibo, they are in such firm control of this game. NIP, it is on them to pick off an isolated target. And much like in game one, try as they might, it's going to be very difficult, but they have to find a way to pick off someone from the Weibo team so they can get some vision and control back.
And if we look back at game number one, it was something where, they combined really nicely for NIP to get those early Dragon stack, and they were trying to build towards something. But right now, Weibo is literally building bodies as, here we go, Light, another kill, 3-0. And the fact that Weibo just consistently are finding the picks on bot lane.
At this point, I feel like Shadow should rename to Sonic to the speed at which NIP is running it down through the spot side of the map, because this is just utterly disturbing. Like, what do you do at this point?
You know that level from Sonic Adventures 2 where you're running down San Francisco and it's like a vertical run down, you're getting chased by the truck? Well, Weibo is the truck, and you're not passing this level at this point.
No, they're absolutely not. They're joining in the traffic, and they just see like a truck coming in the other direction. It's like, well, that's a problem. But what do you do at this point? This is the problem with this kind of draft, right? I mean, once you fall behind against the Kalista, you cannot fight the Kalista. You're hoping for a mistake. And the problem is when Weibo have had leads, despite their inconsistencies, which we will keep talking about through side lanes, we saw that in game 2, when they have leads, they play them out really well. This is a team that beat JDG. They took a game off of BLG. They have taken games off of some of the very top teams. And when they're in a lead, you can see exactly why that's the case.
We talk about some consistently, or maybe the lack thereof, some consistency. But when they show up, we had said they are not some slouches that are just trying to make it in the LPL. They are a star-studded roster who has found their strides in certain moments. And we were wondering for Weibo how they came into the playoffs. This is the first time we're seeing them here. And if they had found some more stability in their practice, in their prep for the playoffs. But we're seeing a little bit of that back and forth so far. So, but with a very strong Game 3 performance, maybe they go on the right track here.
Crisp has put down some wards in the top side jungle, which means that even if Shadow were to hit level 6, which I don't think he will
Q3 here.
in time for the Herald, he might get himself level 6 from the bot side of the map, but I don't think he'll be able to get level 6 and head towards top side for this Herald. And then both supports run back towards bot side. Weibo, they have completely pinned Shadow into a box, and what can he do at this point? Again, once again, it feels like playing something which requires his laners to have advantages in this Nocturne has not worked out for NIP in the early game.
Is that one of those boxes that you open up and there's nothing inside and they're like, oh no, but it's Shadow?
Was this like some very strange Schrodinger's cat or something like that experiment where you open the box, is the cat dead or alive? Right now the Nocturne is still alive. We'll see next time we open up the box. We'll see if that changes.
Oh no. I don't want to know what's in the box. What's in the box? Anyways, we got the Rift Herald here for Weiwei in mid lane. If you get that reference, I love you. Anyways, Rift Herald for Xiaohu I think is important, right? I know I was talking so much about the focus for Weiwei and Shadow in this one, but Xiaohu has still been that undercurrent. If he wins against Angel, Weibo just get free rampaging rights around Summoner's Rift.
And when you put a Herald down into mid lane, and you still have control after it, if second Herald goes down, that's mid lane turret gone for free. Yes, you won't get the full plates from it, but getting a free outer turret when even something like Nico has good wave clear, it's such a big win. Once you lose that mid lane outer turret, if second Herald goes down, NIP, this combo, somehow, it can actually get harder to play. I didn't think it was possible, given the deficit they're in, but this can actually get worse for them. NIP, I don't think they can afford to give over a second Herald, because that would effectively nullify the combo in exactly the same way in which it happened in game 1.
We are sub 10 minutes, now cresting that 10-minute mark, and there is already an over 3,000 lead for Weibo. They're getting plates bot lane, as well as everywhere else across the map. And with a reset coming through very shortly from NIP, maybe they have some response on this dragon that's spawning in about 50 seconds.
Do they have the stats, though? That's always going to be the question. They don't have level 6 on Rakan even just yet. It's 10 minutes in, and they don't have level 6 on their support. Crisp has been able to get out on the map, put down wards, and still has the level 6, but Draw, with the deaths early on, with some of the time spent outside of lane, so far behind the pace of the game. The entirety of NIP is so far behind the pace of the game. Can't say that one enough. Dragon coming up. I don't think Weibo need to force it too hard if they don't want to. I think they want to play through their lanes, right? They get the wave push, they play off of that because they're winning so hard in that area. That would be the formulaic way to approach these objectives.
They have first item spikes for Weibo now as well. The Leandri is completed for Xiaohu, but you got that Kraken Slayer for Light. As you do have Angel and Duo hovering around here and just trying to get some vision around the Dragon Pit. You have Shadow actually down on this side of the map as well. Reset is coming from way away on the top side, so would expect some more presence from Weibo bottom side here very shortly.
Light resets, gets back to lane, and that's a huge item spike in its own right, because now Light gets to pick up the wave at tower. You can't dive him under tower. He gets to walk with his support in safety. And as long as he doesn't walk up with this wave, Weiwei will be on the bot side of the map in time to respond to a play. They need to stay closer together. There's a chance that there is an engage coming in through level 6 hit by Draw now. Weiwei's close though.
When does he flip the light switch? We want to see the exact moment. Hey, there it is! They got the lights out and they're trying to take out Weibo. I don't know if they get that engage. The re-engage from Weibo, and here comes Weiwei. It is disastrous right now for NIP. The fans of the Ninjas in Pajamas need to look away because you just got wiped. 4 kills to Weibo.
Oh, back into the dark they go. The Ninjas not successful with their assassination plot this time. And Invincible's died on the top side. Weibo, they massively outplayed towards the bot side. I don't know where the Light is on a hair trigger, but that reaction time on that engage was utterly inhuman. Sidesteps with the Marshall poise outside of the initial engage and returns around the play. That was inhuman reactions, which gives Weibo a massive advantage.
This guy, Light, he might get caught out here. They're going to TP to try to chase him down, but he is 5-0, and for a reason. He came over from LNG. He was a crucial piece to that team's somewhat success, but the fact that he is feeling himself so damn hard on Weibo Gaming, it just feels like we're getting that renaissance right now.
Watch this, right? Because actually, this is a mistake from Weibo's bot lane. They're too far from their jungle, but look at that hook! That is so good. I don't know whether that was a prediction or whether it was just a happy coincidence. Either way, it looks so slick. Combo coming in after Crisp as well. The ult saves them. Fight on the bot side in picture-in-picture, though.
The Shy in a little bit of trouble. We've seen that happen before. We'll actually make it all alive, but I want to look at this solo kill. The Invincible just gets taken to task here.
I think as soon as they know the ult's down bot side say, okay, Nocturne's going there. The Shy just says, okay, free ride. Pushes him into turret in the way that we've seen so much in this matchup. And Invincible completely oversteps his bounds.
But that is something we've seen from Invincible, right? We were talking a lot about the inconsistencies of the Shy, but Invincible also himself, when he shows up on a good day, he can take some of the best top laners in our league, but he also has been a leaky sieve sometimes for NIP.
Well, looks like we've had both sides of the Shy today. Solo kills, many solo deaths. But when they're on...
with more plates?
Light is now Thanos. Welcome. He has found himself another Infinity Stone. And it only gets worse from here, because he presses the E key and half of your HP bar disappears immediately. So watch out for that one. He's about to hit himself 2 items at this point to you at a very quick timing. He's got the Rage Knife in inventory already. Give him another couple of waves, he will be at a Rage Blade. And it does feel like, again, NIP have this huge, huge issue of who gets to the Kalista, and when you're there, who kills them?
That's the hardest question. Weibo also getting yet another first turret in this series. It has been them every single game, even in their loss, making sure that that continues to be consistent for them. It is a big lead for Weibo so shortly into the game, under 15 minutes. But Shadow is on a flank here. He will be spotted out in the end, I believe, at the last second there. But Weibo looking for more, as they should, as trying to make sure that Light can get the second item here with a mid lane push.
So Nocturnal is not that long range. They're going now, though.
Oh, okay, Paranoia's pop. They got the combo. It started off an Angel, but a Big Emperor's divided. Look who's on the back line. It's Weiwei within the Fates call to Crisp to get the lockdown. It is so hard to fight when you are this far behind early on. There's just no way. And Shadow all by himself should be able to make it out of this one.
Oh, he's going to fight himself over the Hexscape, but does it get better from here? Crisp is on his own. You might be able to spot him out with a vision plan. Shadow will make his way out.
8,000 gold lead at 15.5 minutes. This is a scrim game.
I think at this point, NIP would have been asking for a remake right from the early levels. Shadow.
Do Weibo get baited by their overzealousness? That was the next question that was about to come up. Luckily they don't, and Weibo make it out.
And this is around second Herald. You know what we were talking about in regards to giving up a free mid lane out of turret if the second Herald goes down? That's happened now. NIP, they had their shot in the chamber, but it's reliant on their ultimates, and they don't land the killer blow. It's not a knockout. So the shadow boxing not going very well for NIP, and the actual boxing is going even worse. So the Herald goes down. Weibo will pick that up for themselves. You'd imagine that it's going to be mid lane turret either going down to Xiaohu on his own, or a Herald will finish that off by itself. Not too much later. You see Light go back to base, picks up a second item at 16 minutes. And this will happen in the replay. Let's get him to this point. Because NIP, they spot themselves a rare opportunity to fight without the Callista there. Now, Mazel, I'm a big fan of Lord of the Rings. Return of the King is one of my favorite movies of all time. And one of the great scenes in that is Gandalf riding across the Pelennor fields with light spewing out of a staff, and then the forces of darkness, they run away. That's exactly what happens here. They find themselves a kill, and they go, right, okay, back off into the shadows we go. Light is not to be messed with.
You know those mag light flashlights, those like piercing lights? I'm just imagining Light as that, right? Like, because I don't know if you've ever, used it as a weapon, but those things hurt if you drop them on yourself, things like that. But they also are just extremely bright. And right now, it just feels like there is no place that NIP can hide because Light is shining through everywhere. And right, just like your reference, I think not only in the game itself, but it has been a growth of Light as a whole throughout this split for Weibo, right? We see Xiaohu, we see the Shy, the resurgence of Weiwei, Crisp. We have so many world champions on this team, but it is Light from LNG that I feel like has made a big difference for them as a whole throughout this season.
And I think Light in particular, when I remember back to their days on LNG, the big criticism was, oh, he's too aggressive at points. But he's really managed to rein that in and turn it into a really lethal weapon. He's here again. He can hop forward through the Raptors if he wants to. Not going to now. Again, NIP, they cannot afford to fight around Light if Light doesn't immediately die.
We're already on timer for 4.5 minutes. A Dragon Soul and a Hex Soul for Weibo. Even more detriment to NIP's chances. Visual and Invincible actually trying to step forward. They're both leaping away to safety as Weibo just going to try to push it up the gut here in the mid lane. They just got 5 members here. Shelly doing some work in side lane here. Didn't know you had a 6th member, Weibo.
I mean, the good work for Xiaohu means that they take down mid lane outer turret without having to use the Herald, which means they get advantages elsewhere. It really is rolling up all Weibo right now. Another siege coming through. That's the engage from the Shy.
Nice, all out there from the Shy. Duo just getting taken off the board here. The chess pieces are starting to stack up for Weibo. They've got the Sun Disc as well at their backs. You see the reset actually come through from the bottom lane of NIP. Siege is called off. So get a replay of the Rift Herald doing some work in the side lane, taking that one out all by itself. Look at that work. Oh,
an actual 1v1 with the tower. Incredible.
Well, classic moment, right? You're just playing the game, you're having fun, you're looking for a solo bowler, your teammate comes in, steals the kill. Wow.
I can't respect the honorable 1v1. Incredible. Xiaohu, we expected better of you. I mean, maybe he can make up for it with a great team fight. He has 2 items by himself. The Nash is 2. I mean, this isn't the Crown, is it? This is full offense. And in the first game, you think, okay, well, the Crown helps if the Nocturne's diving onto them. I think Xiaohu looked at the early game and said, well, if I just do enough damage, like, that's game over anyway, because NIP do not have the stats to take an extended fight.
The best defense is a good offense. That's what I learned. You just fight until you can't. I think NIP might have taken that one a little bit too much to heart. I do love that they went back for this iteration, trying to get some correct execution from game number 1 that they didn't feel like went their way, but it has been this bot lane early on that makes everything so difficult. And now Angel is just completely caught here on the side. I don't even know if he'll have a chance. There's the Pop Blossom. They have a little bit of damage back. The Emperor's Divide from Xiaohu, though, and he's there to rip them apart. That's that Gnasher's Tooth. That's all that damage, while the Shy is pushing in an inhib tower in bot lane.
And once again, NIP, they try and find a fight away from the Kalista. Kalista's pushing mid lane. Not even that, but they don't need lights.
Oh, Photic goes down. There was another solo kill. The Shy is taking down Invincible. A double kill goes to Weiwei, and it is open season for Weibo Gaming, and the prey is the ninjas in pajamas.
How is this the same team that played game 2? From both of these teams, the Shy, I think he's a little bit angry after that Rumble performance, disappointed perhaps in himself and his own side laning ways. Gets himself 2 solo kills. He's not really had much chance to get involved in this game. He finds his own ways to get himself on the board, though. Baron going down shortly after this point. Weibo are ruthless with these early game leads.
It is 21 minutes in, and we have an almost 15,000 gold lead. I don't think I've ever seen this in my entire time casting, which hasn't been that long. But my goodness, this is a heck of a lead. It's a bounce back, like you said, from Weibo. We're going to take a look back at that solo bolo from the Giga Shy.
Make sure he's got the W channeled so the Counter-Strike doesn't get value out of it. So there's no CC. The Shy resets his cooldowns with the all-out, goes straight in. Really well played, understands the matchup, outplays Invincible again.
That's the way you do it. The Cassante has been looking really, really good for the Shy so far in this series, as well as the Barons finding a lot of promise for Weibo. They still have 2 minutes on this buff. They still have a lot of siege potential. They did take some of the base defenses a little bit early, but they are just looking to press their advantage any way possible. About 40 seconds from now, they'll have a Dragon Soul.
Exactly, because sometimes there were some metas in the past where taking too much of the base early was kind of a problem, particularly when you took an early in here, because you just give people chance to free farm. When there's a Hex Soul on the table, you don't care about that.
Yeah,
they're never going to be able to leave their base. And, you know, it has somehow gotten worse again for NIP, because not only will they have to kill Lights once, they'll have to kill him twice. Guardian Angel builds up, the Shy's pushing in anyway. Weibo, they can leave someone to go back for the Dragon and just have everyone else holding NIP in the base. There is no way they can contest.
That just felt like a bully fight right there. His entire team is around him. Oh, goodness, that might be a little too deep. They're already on the inhib tower. It is down. You don't have defenses to fight under. But here comes Angel with the flank from nowhere. We'll see if he can pierce through and make it so. There's the Pop Blossom. There's the combo. The flash from Light. He's out of there, though, and immediately turned on its head. And that's just a big old bank being dropped on NIP. Invincible tries to find something, but it is a clean ace and a dominant resurgence from Weibo Gaming in this best of 5. They were angry, and they took it out on NIP. Game point, and that is 2-1 for Weibo.
They couldn't even take the first health bar of the AD carry. That was a perfect blueprint for how you use Kalista. Kate, take control of the first wave, walk into the enemy jungle, flip the jungle matchup, get yourself ahead. It's a great high roll for them. They get a load of kills off of it, but I think the real testament to the skill of this bot lane and this team is how they use that bot lane lead and never give an option for a turnaround play. Light was never in danger. NIP had to avoid him like the plague, and they couldn't do that for the entirety of the game. Eventually, they made the mistakes. Eventually, they lose.
The light was too bright. There was nowhere to hide. The shadows were nowhere to be seen for NIP, but it was also the fact that Light took the Kalista, something he is also known for, but something that Photic is known really well for. It has a huge win percentage on it as well. Will say they took him to task. I do not expect the Kalista to be left open again. We've seen a lot in this series so far where teams play something, it works, they ban it immediately the next game because they don't want to face up against it. So I wonder how NIP can kind of pull back from this.
That's a very good question, because the way that they made it through game 2 was by having that instant Zyra Khan lock in. And even in that game, Light's Kai'Sa got ahead. They got kills, they got plates, they got a full outer turret in top lane with Herald and the plates which went with that. This bot lane is such a difficult situation now. With so many AD carry bans, you'd expect maybe Light to finally be out of champions, but that's just not true. I think the best teams in the LPL and the teams which will succeed in playoffs are the ones with the best bot lane champion pools. I think Gala is fantastic. I think Ruler and Elk have themselves so many carries they can go towards as well. And now we're looking at Light and saying, if you can pull out all of these AD carries, if the Ezreal's a big pick for you, if the Kallista's working too, that is going to set you up for so much success in the meta in LPL playoffs.
And we were looking at consistency for Weibo. What did they prep coming into playoffs? They had a little bit of time off, but what they prepped is a consistent Light. He has been incredible in every game of the series, even in their losses you were kind of mentioning. But it has been the fact that if you have this stability in bot lane or you have this lead advantage, it makes those other lanes, all that other chaos, a little bit easier to manage. Even though we've seen some of those key moments from Weibo that we've seen from them in the regular split, it's the fact that it's being counterbalanced by a big step up from their ADC.
And now you look over to the side of NIP. I don't think you can do this Nocturne pick again because I don't think that bot lane will ever be in a position to help the jungle matchup. If suddenly the bot lane walks into the enemy jungle, this Nocturne doesn't get to do anything. They lose camps early. They get killed early. In game 1, Shadow had even a camp steal very early on. It looked like Shadow could get to a point where he could dominate the jungle matchup. And then bot lane happened. The real hero of this series has been Light alongside Crisp. They have absolutely flipped the entire rest of the map. And despite the fact that the rest of Weibo have had some good games too. Yes, game 2, the Shy had some awkward moments, but like Xiaohu and the Shy, they've been really solid in game 1 and game 3. If the jungle is going to be the point of difference in terms of flipping these lanes, Shadow cannot afford to pick this Nocturne again. And it's not a fault of his own. It's just that the laners aren't in a position to help him.
Agreed. It was almost the perfect game, too. 2 kills separated that. It was a little bit of zealousness for Weibo. The Shy had huge damage numbers in that one, but it was because he was picking apart that solo 1v1 against Invincible. And we said, you know, setting this up, there is a little bit of burger flip action going on the top side of the map. And if it continues to go the way of the Shy, it just enables the rest of Weibo. We'll see, though. We are, you know, 1 game away from potentially Weibo being the last team in contention for qualification for Worlds, and NIP seeing their miracle run end. They started off in round number 1. They want to keep that momentum going. We'll see if they can bounce back. We'll be right back with game number 4.
说说你最想削弱的、最想加强的和最想删除的分别是哪些英雄，并说出你的理由。
最想削弱的应该是葵桑提，
因为太肉了，就葵桑提吧。
葵桑提，
削弱一下葵桑提吧，感觉我 AD 总是被他，感觉动都没动就被他打死。
이게 그 상태다. W가 그
这个英雄的介入让上路的生态发生了就是太过于平稳了。
超猛啊！这英雄，
安妮吧，我觉得最想削弱的英雄。
削弱安妮，肯定希望不希望能一直玩，就一直会很强，削了。
安妮吧，因为我觉得作为一个中单玩家来说，安妮每次到了6级就啪一个熊往你脸上一拍，然后就是很无脑的一种打法，就是我相信每个中单玩家都会很无奈。
安妮的话就感觉太厉害了，就比如我玩个猴，那安妮上来就把我秒了，那玩什么？玩不了。
削弱的英雄10个吧，我搬了4年了，然后最想删除的英雄也是他，因为我刚打职业的时候，很多排位都是因为他输的，删不了就削弱他。
Nico 吧，因为最近 Nico 实在是太多了，对打野影响也非常大。
猴子，名字不太好，我觉得他的那个4个字的名字不太好。
打野为猴子。
랭가 대회 때 아무도 안 하는데 솔랭에서 만나면 귀찮아서
费流斯吧，这个英雄的机制就太变态了，他可以用8个技能加上大招，不合理吧？
艾翁看到挺多，就是艾翁开始可以对线嘛，这个英雄感觉挺厉害的，要削弱一下，因为我感觉有点强。
不要英雄了，把打野这个位置削弱来，不能抓下路。
增强的。盖伦，太可惜了，没有位移，太可怜了。
太强了！尤米说：“盖伦哥哥带我走。”啊，给你的3C，回向梁展开压力可以有点多。 还要追，盖伦优米的残局能力非常之强，但是没有了盖伦，优米还是强行换掉了凯尔，
被放风筝了。战士英雄吧，就是能让坦克受到的压力特别大，让上路是比较 PK 的就还行。加强四姐妹吧，
加强盲僧吧，我很喜欢玩这个英雄，感觉这版本不是很厉害。
可以加强一下巴德吧，好久没玩巴德。
想要加强应该是巴德吧，因为我觉得我还蛮适合玩这种随便乱跑来跑去，然后在那边杀人的英雄。
大虫子跟蝎子吧，我感觉这两个我都觉得太弱。
你平时有会玩这两个英雄吗？
就因为太弱了，所以以前玩，现在也没有什么机会玩的感觉。
加强的是开眼，现在就已经弱到都玩不了了，那不得加强一下吗？
最想加强的话，蓝枪吧，感觉蓝枪有点弱。
加强卡莎，卡莎的话感觉太弱了，
老 AD 吧，像什么女警、老鼠大队这种吧。
本钱艾克太垃圾了，感觉都走不了中了。
加强的话，就是发条这个英雄，我是很久没见到了，我还是蛮想去赛场上玩一下的。
不想说英雄，我觉得中单这个位置可以稍微增强一下，整个中单的地位可以提高一点。
我觉得现在操作型的英雄是该加强一下了，现在都是那些站桩的，素质太高了，就很多英雄都挺难登场的。
我这样删除英雄应该是猫咪，我觉得不管是在排位中我放了猫咪，或者是对方的猫咪，我都会感觉到挺烦的。
猫咪，
猫吧，
把猫删了吧，
猫咪吧， 删除猫咪吧。就对面 AD 有个猫，然后你没有，就是他好像就比你更容易操作，然后就看起来就是你没他厉害，就很尴尬。 因为猫咪太好混了吧，感觉这游戏没有体验。
对，就玩多了容易会让人就是不想下来了，不想操作了。
因为跟优米对线感觉没什么意思吧。
不太喜欢玩这个英雄，
在下路的影响力有点太大了，会破坏游戏平衡。
More of a dog person, huh?
实在太影响下路的那个生态了，然后选了这个英雄，感觉就很奇怪。游戏的话，
要不就削弱，要不就删除啊。
哎，我问一下设计师，猫咪这个英雄是谁设计的？
删除厄斐琉斯吧，这么猛的英雄设计出来干嘛？
那个剑圣删除了吧？我每次排位遇到剑圣，我就很烦。队友选到剑圣，我就觉得要输了。然后对面选到你进去的时候，有可能他又杀了10几个。对，那个英雄还蛮烦的。
稻草人吧，有点吓人啊，开大。
阳光男孩，恶魔小丑。
为什么呢
？Q 过来印你一下，然后在那跳一下舞，就有点忍受不了。
挖掘机，这英雄太狡猾了。阿克上就讨厌阿克上，我也不知道为什么，感觉他很烦。波比吧，这个英雄就是gank下路能力太强了。
更想删除魏这个英雄吧，这个 AD 的威胁太大了。
艾翁吧，最近遇到的英雄总感觉很怪，然后他的机制又特别的特殊。
没有怎么特效，我觉得他英雄都出的挺好的，都挺好玩的。
Summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night. With the smell of sweet magnolias, back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you.
常规赛跟季后赛最大的区别，可能就是季后赛的对手他会针对你去做一些更多的一些准备，然后他们会去克制，就是你玩得好的一些阵容，然后会想办法去处理掉那种比较难解决的一些英雄，可能会在英雄的选择上会有一个出入。比较强大的队伍的话，我觉得话就是京东跟 BLG 是比较突出的吧，就他们队伍每个选手都做得很好，就是五个人的发挥都很好，然后他们团队里也是大家都是互相可以帮助 帮助的，就是在有人犯错的情况下，他们每个人都能把队友犯的错误弥补回来。我觉得这是最好的队伍所要展现的一个特征。想说的可能就是我们现在已经跟之前不一样了，我们这一次会打败你们。就虽然夏季赛的成绩可能还不如春季赛常规赛的那么好，但我觉得我们夏季赛是有在进步的。就虽然我们输的比赛可能还是比之前要更加多一点，但我是觉得我们是有在好好的去改掉我们之前的一些坏习惯，然后去在夏季赛拿到一个更好的成绩。我是觉得我们改善了很多缺点了，已经，我们接下来会做得越来越好的。不管是接下来季后赛会碰到谁，我们都有取胜的信心。
Get to hear from the man, Crisp himself, some wise words as well. I've been loving some of these interviews we've been doing with the players, but an incredible performance in game number 3 will net Crisp the MVP. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nightmare. We're back in round 2 of the summer playoffs of the LPL, and what a series it has been from Weibo. And I think an NIP that is struggling to find some footing here, and it's because of this man on the engager and a lot of that forward aggression being displayed from Crisp.
Crisp was crucial to the first kill onto Shadow as well, outplayed him around the blue buff at the level 2 invade, and never really missed a beat beyond that point. Didn't die, had some huge turnarounds, and between him and Light, it felt so unplayable for NIP to come back in that game. As soon as that lead was established, they never looked back.
And he had 8 MVPs in the regular season. That's a lot for a support is all I'm saying. And a beautiful Aurel crash down brings us into the replay montage to just show how lethal this guy was. 0-0-15 is a scoreline any support would be proud of, but it was the setup and the smackdown from Light that really made it shine.
The fact that he manages to kind of outplay Shadow so he can't even get the spell shield off at level 2 was so crucial. A second crash down in this play too, which gets Shadow who double buffs, another kill participation as well. It was absolutely
this right here.
This was the play which it just feels so bad to watch if you're an NIP fan, or honestly just someone watching this, because I mean, Light gets that opportunistic hop out of the combo. Crisp is completely safe due to the Tempered Fate. Rather the other one, the one which Callista has, that one, and just kind of like pulls him out of danger, throws him back in. That's the one Fate's
But what's so weird about that is you saw in that one, it was the Fate's call knockup, but at Rel deployed on the horse, so you also get the pull back from the... It's actually insane. And it was just Weibo all she wrote there, right? Like, this was so early in the game. The damage numbers did not speak for how dominant the game was itself, and it was Weibo who just continued to press into NIP.
Crisp, a very deserved MVP, all things said and done after that point, and we now really need to see from NIP a step up in regards to the tools they are giving their bot lane to stay at least even in the early game. That's what happened in game 2 and they ended up winning, but in the other 2 games which they have lost, they have been absolutely blown out in the very early levels of the game. They cannot afford for that to happen again.
And the Shy was getting super caught in the side lanes in game number 2. Game 3, got 2 solo bolos against Invincible. And I think if you're going to find any promise, if you're going to find that stable ground, you have to make sure the Shy can't get a side lane advantage, because Invincible has been that leaky seed we've seen. But I think when you look holistically at these teams, we're starting to see the ramp up of Weibo. We had talked so much about their inconsistencies in the regular season. We've seen some of that here today, but when they turn it on, they are oh so dominant. And NIP, the underdogs in this setup, were trying to make the miracle run, and now their backs are completely against the wall.
If they lose this next game, that will be the last time that we see the Ninjas in Pajamas for 2023. That's it. They won't be in the regional qualifier for Worlds. They won't have enough circuit points. Weibo instead will at least be guaranteed minimum a spot in that qualifiers, even if they weren't to progress through the playoffs beyond that point. And we are now at a point where really it is backs against the wall, as you were saying, and we have some blueprints for how these teams are winning and losing their games respectively.
And I'm wondering now, like, the Callista, do they give it over to Photic? There's no way you give over that champion to Photic. And I do wonder if we get any iterations from NIP, or if we get something holistically different, because we've seen they're opting into aggression for Shadow. They are finding the bread and butter for him, right? The Lee Sin was looking really good. Maybe they go back to that.
I think the Lee Sin is something that I would like to see again, or something to that degree where Shadow can actually fight early rather than just kind of sit there and watch like a bot lane walk into his jungle and kind of shut him out of the game. And I don't
He's
think
getting ready for his cosplay of the Light Switcher.
That's the one. I don't know. I feel like he's cosplaying more as like a Sith at this point, except the problem is he's the one getting vanquished. This isn't like the Empire era. This is the bit where it kind of doesn't work out so much for the shadows and the dark side. Light is very much prevailing in this one. You need to have something that can fight back early enough and combo up with your lanes. You can't afford to sit and wait for level 6.
I just love it because we have a little bit of light and dark going on with us.
We're
I have
color
the
coordinated.
White bomber, you have the black. We have Weibo with the white jerseys. We've got NIP with the black jerseys. It all makes sense for it to be a light versus dark, for it to be Jedi versus Sith, and for it to be a banger. Game number 4. We're going to be getting into it here very shortly.
I feel like sometimes we reach too much for things because it's just like the instinct, right?
Never.
But this one here, this one we actively have to push back against because it's just too obvious. And now the Ninjas, they have one last chance to make this into a really thrilling saga and bring us to a game 5.
Now you just got to think of how to change Photic's name into something dark or shadowy. Maybe Shadow. We'll do Shadow too. Anyways, we're getting to game number 4. I got NIP on the blue side. Blue side has been king so far in this series. We'll see if that remains true or if Weibo buck the trend and say goodbye to NIP in their summer playoffs. We get the LeBlanc and the Poppy banned by Weibo on that red side. It is that Tristana with the Vi and the Rel from NIP.
It's worth noting, blue side has won every game this series. Weibo won both of their games on blue, game 1 and game 3. NIP won their game 2 on that same side. Rel going to be banned for NIP this time, taking away from Crisp, which is strange because actually Weibo were the team that were banning that away more often than not. NIP, in their own ways, have not been prioritizing that Vi, which Weibo have been so heavily. As it stands, Kai'Sa available, LeBlanc off the tables. That's a bit of a mismatch, and now the Kai'Sa is off. What is your first pick priority?
I'm wondering if... Oh, okay. Well, this is something when Weibo didn't pick it, they were banning it away. So this is something, you know, NIP been cooking. And they got the Flame Spitter now to provide the heat.
So that'll be some very high damage out of Invincible in that top side. The Shy, what's his answer to it? Very few players have had a straight-up counter to the Rumble. It tends to be the jungle tops, which tends to counter it. Something like a Sejuani Renekton. We saw the Renekton Lee Sin as well do very well on the other side, but we are going to see ourselves Ivan for the first time in this series. Very good at blocking for long-range backlines, being an absolute nuisance as well. And the Shy, he loves that coin. He hovered it. It was played over in Europe the other day as well by Koi's Uganda. They're thinking through some of their top lane picks. They're hovering them right now. Will it be the Renekton? That'll be the standard strong laning pick, which can snowball the matchup the way that Invincible showed, but they're still hovering their options.
I love the constant communication with the Shy and the team, trying to figure out what exactly they want to go for here. If they want to go ahead and play into that flexibility that could be possible, if they want to grab that top matchup. We do get the Emperor yet again for Xiaohu. Shocker out of left field. But it has been a crucial pick here in this series for Xiaohu himself.
And it's also a takeaway from Angel, who is a renowned Azir player in themselves. So we have ourselves the battle of the arboreal nature. We have the two trees in the jungle, Maokai versus Ivan, and they do somewhat similar jobs in some of these team fights, where they're looking to play around corridors, play around their long range, and just tie up the front line or whoever is up in front of them long enough for their backline to do damage. And as it turns out, there's a lot of damage on both of these backlines now. Even with just the Azir locked in from Weibo, that is significant. But Maokai Jace, we know that combo very well now. It's been played all the way since spring. And then the OMG addition to it, they were the ones that really innovated this, was the Maokai ult leading into a long-range Rumble ultimate over the top of it. NIP, they have really long-range damage.
That's the beautiful part. It does require a bar of execution needing to be reached, but something that easily can be done once you get in a lead. And I think the cohesion between Shadow and Angel would be ever more important in this matchup particularly. We did get that Cassante for the Shy, so you do have some strength in the top side. He did get 2 solo kills just last game, is all I'm saying. But it was the Xayah focus and more bot lane to come here, I'm sure, as the Callista banned away and the smile comes through from Light.
Makes all too much sense, doesn't it? I think with the Callista being able to pull out a support from something like the Maokai ult that can tank it up and then eat an ultimate or two and then get thrown back into the fight, that'll be too dangerous for them, especially with how Photic and Joao have been ripped apart in the 2v2 laning phase. There's going to be a lot of 80 carry bans again. This, again, goes back to this hallmark of the meta. It feels like the top LPL teams are the teams with 80 carries that have the largest champion pools. No Kai'Sa, no Xayah, no Callista, no Tristana. I wonder what the last ban will be. Could potentially be an Ezreal ban as well if they're worried about that one. Of course, Light showed some great proficiency on that earlier into this. We are really, once again, stretching what our AD carries are willing to play.
I love to see that flexibility, especially between these two guys. Yes, there's all the photic and light puns you could ever ask for, talking about lights and shadows and all that stuff, but it just comes down to good mechanical gameplay, aggressive mechanical gameplay between photic and light. And I think that is going to be a key kicker here in game number 4, and especially if photic wants to have any say. I think we had an okay performance in game number 2, but we have not had that kind of show-stopping performance from him. He's going to opt in potentially to play more with the team here, with some utility that was banned away against him last game. But I do want to highlight this Crisp Leona, a big engager, and also just a lot of a trendsetter in game 4 for him.
And also played so well in lane in game 1. And of course, you know, it's much as we harp on about it, we've got like the Lady of Sunlight in the support role as well, with everything we've been talking about. This is so crazy to me though, because we have moved from a meta where it's not about support counterpick, it's about AD carry counterpick. Photic's got an Alistar to play alongside, which will be very good at being that real thorn in the side of Weibo as they try and cut down that front line. Yes, something like Daisy can be really annoying, but as soon as Alistar has ult, they're really hard to get rid of in that front line and can answer the Leona too. And a Neela last pick.
Oh my god.
Really showing us the depth of the champion pool again. The counter pick AD carry meta has arrived at LPL.
I am here for it. The amount of all-in you have in this 2v2, not only is that true, but it's also when you look at how this series has gone so far. If Light and Crisp get ahead, it feels like NIP have no gas in the tank, and we get the Neela Light to set it all up. I love the Fanghorn Forest matchup. I love the play into all the possible light you could get. You've got the Sun Disc. You've got the Leona just literally embodying the light, but it is Weibo who are trying to shine down upon NIP and end their summer playoff season.
I can't believe you called it the Fanghorn Forest matchup. I know I'm a Lord of the Rings fan, but that's a bit of a deep cut. Like it all the same,
credit
could be
LCK for that one.
I didn't catch that one. Well, credit to them. It is a colorful way to end off this series, potentially, or bring us to the end of it. Could be the last game for NIP. It could bring us to a game 5 between these two teams. It has been very back and forth between these two teams. You couldn't convince me that games 1, 2, and 3 were played by the same teams. It felt like nameplates off. It would be very hard to tell who was who. Going into game 4, very different drafts once again.
Both those two guys on your screen right there, the two ADCs, going to be big importances in this 4th game. Again, NIP, they got 13th last split. They have not found success as this new iteration. With V5, yes, they had found regular season success, but they did not find the promised land of a late season finish, of a championship. They are happy to be here, but they are trying to make the miracle run happen. They are trying to find their savior from the shadows. While on Weibo's side, they are all dressed in white. They are ready to shine down the light. And it has been Light who has been key in this series. They had been incredibly inconsistent, but if they can start on a beautiful trek into the late postseason, this is maybe that consistency we've always been looking for from Weibo Gaming. And as we get in game number 4, you had already said it, this is a potential last look for NIP unless they can get some more gumption and get back into this series. They've got a draft that's very interesting. We'll see how the top lane goes. Let those gyos ring one more time. Loud as ever, the energy is electric in Xi'an, and the arena is alive and well with the fans of NIP in Weibo. As we get in game number 4, all eyes on Shadow, the cohesion he has with Angel in this very utilitarian composition that we have seen so many times around these objectives be so strong, Nymera.
and also eyes on Neela. Now, many people don't know how Neela works. I didn't until recently when I started playing a bit of the champion. I rolled it in ARAM and I had to read the tooltips for once. And one of the big things you need to know about Neela is that if you have shields and heals on your team, Neela buffs them up and gives some of that value to themselves. So Ivern going to get value out of that. Heck, even the Azir E can get some value out of that too. Light's also going to be dodging some auto attacks, might help versus the 1v1 matchup. It's going to be a little hard playing the melee marksman into the Alistar. You dash on top of him and you can really make your life hellish. But there are definitely some ways that Light can buff up the rest of his team, especially with that Apotheosis later into the game. The big swirling shield healed ultimate.
That all-in is what you're looking for. If they go all in, they will just try to commit to the fight itself. Also, first time in Light's competitive history, he's picking this one out. And in a playoff game, no less, the first time we're seeing Weibo. We have seen Crisp and Light take advantage of the 2v2 early on. Those level 2s come quick and fast, but you get the aggression down there. I'm looking at the opposite side pathings from Weibo and from NIP, though, and Shadow and Weiwei, and see where they're going to try to trend towards here.
Angel taking control of the early matchup just about in mid lane. You can do this as Jace, where you want to jump past the soldiers, use your double abilities at early levels, because of course you have that transform to make the most of these bursty trades. It can get pretty close. Jace, one of the things that was hit about this champion were the tank stats in recent patches and recent history, I suppose. Kind of took him out of top lane, put him back into mid lane where he could deal with equally squishy mid laners.
They saw him.
They're going to be spotted on the way towards mid lane, though. He knows they're here. How much? Wow!
Oh, wow. He still finds the Xiaohu with the shifting sands and towards Weiwei. Should be able to make it out of here. Angel's hard committing, and that might just be a turnaround from Weibo. This is a 2v2 fight that could mean so much for either side. Xiaohu, he's going to go down to first blood, and it goes straight to the Shadows.
Shadow is not done yet. Gets a crucial kill onto Xiaohu, but how disrespectful was that from the eponymous mid laner of Weibo? This mid laner has done so much for so many teams over the years, but he's not able to get out of that first blood, even with the vision on the Maokai in the brush.
They thought they had seen him. Maybe not putting that information to good use quick enough. It is NIP with that early advantage. And just about trying to look for a skirmish on the other side is Weiwei. Does end up stealing away the blue pretty quickly there as the Ivern. So actually getting a little bit back for Weibo.
Ivern's one of those champions with some of the weirdest pathing in the game. Invincible is up at a 1v2. He doesn't have an ignite either.
This is awkward. I don't know if Invincible can make it out of this one alive. He should just go down here. You do have Shadow on his way. They don't have the damage just yet. Flame Spitter with that proc of the heat up. He's going back. Oh my god, he gets taken out. Shadow looking for more though. You better start building some AP because the forest has come alive. Kills back and forth. 2 for Shadow as a whole in this game. But it is Weiwei who gets on himself on the board.
For a second, I chose to believe that the sapling in the Ivern brush was going to turn that play around. Gave the empowered sapling because of Ivern just casting W. Hadn't seen that interaction before. Have to think about how those trees interact a little bit more. But this was less about the Ivern, much more about the Maokai. So what happens here? So there were blue pings. There were blue pings.
Yeah.
They see them on that side, and then...
So somebody, I guess, just maybe lack of communication there. You see how early it comes down, but he is not the one pinging that. It was somebody else.
And he suffers for it. Maybe thinks he can bait them in, trade flash to flash, and then use the Ivern in the burst. Well, Ivern has a significant amount of damage nowadays, especially when he steps into a brush. Which is why you drop the brush on your head. It gives you auto attacks extra damage. But then, of course, the empowered sapling comes in. Shadow overestimates this. I think if he gets the kill right here onto the Shy, it means that second Q doesn't come through and the extra auto attack, which means that maybe there's a chance they can make it out. I think the red buff probably would have meant that Weiwei could get it anyway. Fighting the boss.
That's a flash out from Bodic down there in the bottom side. They still take the engage. This is a 3v2, but Shadow is on his way. If Weibo can take this out, though, Light can look for a first kill. Weiwei is the one that gets it, so second kill for the jungler of Weibo. Those Shadows looking for Light. Light doesn't really have a way out. Angel is here as well. Weibo just need to try to get out of here. The accelerated shock blast comes through. NIP trying to chase down Crisp. He's just going to sacrifice his life, but look at the turnaround. It's not going to be there. Light overextended too. He gets the dash out though, and the turret shot gets him back. The Friends of the Forest take down Shadow.
Slipstream to safety. Neela gets out unharmed just about. Light, you can see the amount of really frustrating mobility this champion has. Photic, he's caught overextended again.
Oh no.
How many charges does Light have? Light might be able to chase down.
that you have here on this Ivern is so crucial. And look at the lockdown. Light gets himself a kill. And Weibo, they found that bottom lane advantage that they have run away with in previous games.
Credit to NIP and credit to Shadow for approaching this game with, we'll say confidence, maybe gusto, something like that. But it has turned on its head a number of times now. Weiwei has turned a lot of plays around. Photic has to blow the flash early. Weiwei is at the play early. And with the amount of early damage from red buffs, from Weiwei putting a brush on his head and Light being able to chase down, it's more than enough to take the 3v2 at the start of it. Things get really awkward when Angel gets the first roam, though. We talked about how the Jace can win the early matchup versus the Azir. It's very important at this point. It allows NIP to go a little further. But even then, you can see how close all of these players are.
Yeah.
Not for the first time, NIP, they do overestimate themselves just about. Turret shots, roots, Shadow goes a little too far.
That's the biggest capitalization right there. If that doesn't happen, there is a bit of a difference in the bot side play that happened. But Shadow taking a couple of those turret shots. That now means that Weibo are back onto the map with a 3-0 Weiwei. His Angel Wings, they are spread wide, my friend. This guy has been such a crucial factor to Weibo's resurgence, this split, and the way that they function so beautifully.
One of the worries now is, so one of the things about Neela is that you do get to share a lot of XP with your support, which means that likely Crisp is hitting 6 before Crisp, even with the winning lane as well. It's going to exemplify that. He has himself the Apotheosis, the giant almost AD Diana roll, except it gives you healing and shielding beyond your max HP as well. So Light is at a position where he's got so many stats and so much ability to go in. I think he's going to have enough damage to tank his way through the NIP team and probably get a lot of kills, particularly with when Neela goes to something like the Collector first item as well. NIP cannot let Light have a good engage into their team.
And you get to see now that dragon taken by Weibo. Rift Herald has now spawned on the other side of the map. It's something where you can get that clear going for Weiwei and get pressure up there, take another objective, and continue strangleholding this, right? This is NIP that had about a 1K lead early on. It has completely flipped. Weibo feeling really good, and the Shy looking for some side lane pressure of his own.
To get what he can out of this matchup. It's basically been an island up here. We had that one play earlier, but on the whole, this top lane has been left to the device of the 1v1s.
He's gotten 2 solo kills, okay?
Okay, yes, but that was on an island because they were solo kills. No one else was there.
Yeah, okay.
Well done, Mazel. You have found out the meaning of an island.
Sometimes they need to have a little bit of help. Maybe we're
coming to shore. It's not an island.
Can we connect the bridge? Oh, there's the bridge. It's bringing Invincible straight to Weiwei. Got the equalizer being flashed away from, as well as that Nature's Grasp from the Shy. So some trade backs, not everything going to go too much, but heavy presence from both junglers and topside.
I think Invincible knows that the wave needs to get crashed. The Shy is still at the end of his ults.
Ooh, there's the flash out. Oh, that connected actually in Shadow. He's looking to go back in as well. He doesn't really have any tools available. Invincible trying to get out Crisp with the flank. Solar Flare. That is not going to be enough for NIP to find anything. The beautiful... Oh, he gets him. The tower shot back. Shadow gets a 3rd kill, but it is devastation still being wrought by Weibo.
Jace turns out towards top lane to clear up at least the mess of this last minion wave, but Weibo once again really getting value out of this Ivern. Weiwei, and particularly Daisy in that fight, got so much value. People forget how much damage that ultimate does nowadays, especially with the Aerie being procced over and over. Daisy can really put out significant damage, and I think NIP, once again, just overestimating themselves against this champion in the jungle. At least they get themselves a Herald after this. That's a response, and I don't think Weibo are in position to stop it right now. What ultimates do they have? They don't have the Solar Flare. They don't have the All Out. They don't have position. That's a bad reset.
Oh, no. Oh, NIP, got to get out of here. You have to get out of here. Escape while you can. Maybe they turn it around. A reset city for Photic could be the call. They get Crisp down, and that means that Photic's excited. He'll be take down. Nature's Grass comes through, and they find Xiaohu. Maybe he wanted this fight all along. As a double kill to Angel. It was all a bait, and now this team comp is starting to fire up.
But how critical was that cancel on the Zenith Blade by draw onto Crisp? Photic gets to survive. He doesn't have to blow his cleanse or his flash at the start of the fight, and the Jinx takes over. MVP of that fight is 100% that Alistar play from the support of NIP.
They have consistently banned this pick away against him as well. They don't ban it this time, and they get the horns for it.
Invincible just about has his W shield up for the movement speed and the shield out. And this is, again, one of these plays where it feels like maybe NIP just don't understand the value and the damage coming out of the Ivern. Look how much Daisy does as part of this. Invincible's low, and the threat of the knock-up from the third hit of Daisy is really quite annoying at this point. Invincible starts getting tagged on and has to back off. You can't really walk into Daisy, which allows Chris into the play. Gets himself out of Tower Aggro as well. You were right in calling this. It's kind of really unfortunate that the Shy dies after that point. Is that the end of the replay? We are going to see the fight around Herald as well. Watch this. That is absolutely crisp, critical play from Draw. Gets the cancel onto the buffer as well. Gets the head bump into the pole to cancel that E. That completely saves the fight, and it gives NIP a much-needed win against the grain of the play, it felt like, the way this game was going.
And those little moments can be the biggest difference makers. And I think Chris will be thinking a little harder next time when he goes in. That combo is swift and nasty from Zhuo, and that is why this Alistar feels like a really unlocking pick for not only Zhuo, but also NIP. We are seeing Dragon spawn at about 45 seconds, and Weibo constantly hovering around it with this vision, trying to find some picks towards bottom lane.
Daisy used to scout out the terrain. Sees that Shadow is indeed towards the bot side of the map. Going to be a red buff steal. One of the big takeaways from that last fight was Angel getting an awful lot of gold. That's very important, because you know what Angel can build later on? Serpent's Fang. I think it should be a third item here. Go towards the Muramana and Serpent's Fang. Heck, maybe even get a second. Because with the Ivern and then the buffed up shields from Neela, who has that synergistic passive which increases allied heals and shields, that will give huge value to them. Ult from the Shy doesn't bring him over the wall.
Oh, tower shot, solo bolo, right back to Invincible, and some revenge in the top side.
Invincible doesn't even have to use anything for that. He doesn't have his ultimate up, doesn't have to blow a flash because he doesn't have that one either. Shadow looking to return the favor.
Oh my goodness, that was so clutch. Shadow still might die though, the Nature's Grasp not enough. It looked real good at first, it doesn't matter because the follow-up is too clean. And a kill goes right into Light's pocket, and that's Dragon number 2 for Weibo.
Shahu maybe a little bit annoyed by that first blood death. Potentially the one around the Herald as well. Gets himself some payback at least. Photic gets some vision. But trying to engage into the bushes, it's very difficult because you don't always have the auto attack
They
vision.
have Equalizer here.
Because Ivan gets to starve it out.
They have a lot of poke. That's the strength of this composition from NIP, though. That is why they were so keen on drafting this, because we see so much control from a distance. You have the saplings, you have the accelerated shock blast, you have the threat of the equalizer coming down anytime, and then you throw in the Mega Death Rocket there as well the entire time. I think NIP have gotten a much more stable composition to execute here for game number 4. They will end up utilizing that Rift Herald in mid lane.
And I love that it is a more stable game and more stable compositions, because it felt like in the first 3 games, we never got to see even team fights. We've barely seen team fights in general, because one team has exploded early game. NIP, they overestimated themselves in some early plays, but Weibo kind of threw that back around the Herald. As you said, that first Herald went in towards that mid lane. If then NIP were to secure a second Herald, as we've talked about previously in the series, you can get that mid lane out of turret pretty much for free. Going back to the 1v1 here, though. The Shy gets himself aggro and doesn't get the connection over the wall. Takes another couple of tower shots. I don't know how close that was. It feels like Casanto always has a pretty long range on that ultimate. It could have been just a couple of units off, but the Shy misjudges it, dies for the attempt.
I love that he steps back up for it, too. He's like, you know, I already gave this far. Let's just see how much farther we can push it. Weiwei looking to push this top side, though. This has been a nice connection they found in this game. And the Shy, he's looking to stack up that Q3, get the knockback into the combo with Daisy. But he can't get it in Shadows here as well. Maybe a bit of a response. There's the Nature's Grasp. There's the TP. The Shy is under turret aggro again. You cannot do that, my man. He just gets caught, takes a 4th death, and NIP scoop that up all day long.
Oh, the Shy giveth, the Shy taketh away. It's 2 awkward attempts back to back and doesn't commit the flash into Invincible. Maybe thinks that he'd get outplayed with flash for flash trade. And he ends up going down once again. The teleport was coming in from Angel anyway. It would have been a clean-up fight regardless. Top lane for Weibo once again being a source of concern for them.
I will say though, Weibo, again, 4th game in a row they get first turret. I'll see if that consistency remains there. Photic will burn that cleanse. There's the TP as a response. Zhuo flashing away. Photic doesn't really have an exit strategy, and that seeded blade won't be headbutted away. And the immediate flash response means Photic is left out in the dust.
I think Photic just had to flash early. I think he greeted that. He went upwards into the river. Maybe could have joined his team by flashing down over the wall. Chris makes the most of it. Photic goes down. So NIP, they eat themselves another loss. It has been tit for tat, back and forth. Weibo find themselves with still a gold advantage, which they will use to great effect. Again, the problem is, I think that once Jace hits 3 items, I think Weibo are going to start feeling themselves in a much worse position, though. They have a lot of shielding, but if a Serpent's Fang comes through, I do think that will be a turning point in the game. How quickly can Angel reach that, though? He's about to hit his second item of that Muramana. Weibo, what's their plan looking like now?
We do see the Gale Force actually completed for Light as his first item on the Neela. We also have some combinations being completed. NIP will put together their own combo around this Rift Herald and take the second one for themselves.
They don't have the Alistair ultimate. They do have pretty much everything else. They don't have
There's
Flash or
Daisy.
Plans on Photic. Daisy comes through. That can be the scout into the bush. How much value is he going to get, though? Herald's already gone. Weibo not there at the right time.
Yep, not in time to make the play. Daisy sacrifices herself, but that Rift Herald will be something that NIP can utilize to get some more advantage. Maybe even give Photic a little bit more of this gold. We are seeing a heavy presence from both teams around mid lane. As the light shines, it's not the player, it's the Sun Disc now for Weibo in the mid lane.
Oh, it just all makes so much sense. Sunlight and mid and support.
It really does,
Light is ready to carry. I mean, sometimes the story tells itself, but the story of this game, it's really not been that clear. It's been back and forth. No one's really become the protagonist just yet. It's 2 fences dueling, swords at the ready. It feels like we are getting towards the second act of this game. We haven't got that Baron spawned just yet. When that happens, it has felt like NIP around the Herald, and when they get to set up around the objective, have been taking fights. Despite that, Weibo have stopped them from being able to take fights elsewhere, though. So it really depends on the terrain for me and how well set up these teams will be as to who will walk away the victor.
It's just all about right time and being in position, right? And I think NIP will have a lot easier say in that when objectives continue to come up. You have these saplings providing extra vision. You have a lot of range to poke down. They will feel a lot more confident if Weibo are the ones that are starting up the objectives. I will say now we're getting the second items already completed for Weiwei as well, was that redemption. He's 4-0-5 on the Ivern, but I do want to start seeing some facilitation for gold to his actual carries.
Got to start asking yourself about some anti-heal as well. I think Invincible probably has to be the one to bite the bullet on that front, unless Shadow wants to buy himself a one of those Oblivion Orbs as well. Potentially that can proc him on the saplings. I think the Equalizer is probably where you want to get that anti-healing from. Like I said, I think the anti-shielding has to come in from Angel. He's the only person that can build the Serpent's Fang. No one else can build that lethality at this point. So Angel gets himself second item. Not a Muramana just yet. Needs to stack that one just up. Itemization is going to be very key in these next few fights, though. Weibo, I think they're at a good point of power.
They are. They do have the charge coming their way, though. Won't be able to take the turret just yet. Daisy is in full force. We do have to look TP from Xiaohu. Oh my god, this could be the biggest flake. This could be the trendsetter for Weibo. Solar Flare goes wide, and that means Xiaohu should probably back away now. Unless they can try and catch Photic. They don't know he's here. They will catch him out. Photic, he gets pushed back, and that's the pickoff you expect from the Emperor of Shurima. A big kill to Light, but the Shy is caught on the side. It is a response in that Duskblade proc for Angel.
Xiao, who tries his best to make the miracle play, but NIP, they slap back quickly, so they get something back. Dragon now has spawned. One of the frontliners down for Weibo, and with no Solar Flare and no Flash on the Leona, I think it's harder for Weibo to fight this than you might otherwise think. Normally losing an AD carry, that's the end of your team fight. NIP, they're not backing off fully just yet. They're sticking around. They have Equalizer, and Photic is alive with the ultimate. Can contribute from a long range in base.
They have so much strength here. They have so much strength in these positions. This is literally what I was talking about. Equalizer is here. You have the saplings who are going to start putting in work, but the shock blasts have arrived. TP on the side, the Shy. Got to be careful. Does take one to the back. Photic has revived and come back here. NIP forcing themselves into this one. Crisp on the side, can't find an Equalizer on the exit of Weibo, but look at the Shy. He's found a flank. I don't know if Weibo can close the trap jaws just yet. The Dragon does reset here, Nightmare.
But you can see how Weibo, they're trying to corral NIP into the same space, see how much they can get from flanks, but they don't have Daisy now. They're playing around bushes. Their temporary frontline of the Ivern ultimate being gone does mean a lot. Zhuo, he has his own temporary frontline in his ultimate, but not the most HP to use it. It's a tense situation, Mazal.
They're going to try to get in here. These big engages can be the difference maker. Zhuo will pop the Unbreakable. There's the Nature's Grasp as well. If they can get out of this one, Weibo have a good chance. Solar Flare comes back in. Photic has used that cleanse, but Invincible will man-mark the Shy. Dragon given over to Weibo.
Close run stuff on the Super Mega Death Rocket, but not enough. Weibo, they're not going to get any kills for it, but they will get themselves that objective. Close run stuff. Weibo just about get away with it. Clean play from Crisp, honestly, to make sure that Joe couldn't get the most use out of his ultimate. Drops the Ignite as well, true damage. It means that it will go straight through the Alistar ultimate. Doesn't reduce that damage. He therefore doesn't have enough HP after that point to be the front line we needed him to be. This is going to be so interesting to watch how the front line evolves later into this game. Getting the pro view of how Xiaohu found himself onto this flank.
Got the stopwatch at the last second.
He was off of vision. Got himself the stopwatch in case he needed it. Was wondering if he needed to use his flash maybe, but finds the angle nonetheless. Finding the AD carry in a critical moment like this. Very few players have had as much a clutch history as Xiaohu in the LPL. Very nearly wins it for his team, but the Shy gets caught out in return.
Yeah, it's just the duality, I guess, at this point of Weibo. There will be moments like that, but you got to try to hone it in here and put a nice, strong finish. I think NIP finally have put up a fight in a contested series against Weibo. We finally get a series that is back and forth. We don't have a monumental gold lead at 15 minutes, and feels like both teams are finally firing on all cylinders, and that just means we are in for a treat for the rest of this game.
But I will say, teams might be firing on all cylinders, but I don't think the Shy is in this game. I think on the Rumble game, you could give him some points of mitigation for maybe his team not giving him the tools to play weak side against a snowball matchup that got an early kill. In this game, it has mainly been the case of his own over-aggressive plays. We've got a big fight, Light caught out.
Speaking of aggression, NIP will find Crisp caught out in transition. Baron has just spawned, but NIP are looking at mid lane turrets here to make some gold.
I think if they get mid lane turret, that's a pretty big win for them. Again, they couldn't quite manage it with the double heralds, but they took it low enough to get it free for now. So, how much will that help NIP get themselves vision into the enemy jungle for what feels like the first time in a long time this game? They're dropping saplings, they're controlling the top side of the map. Of course, Baron has spawned now. Brisk will be respawning soon. I don't think NIP have the DPS to go towards that, nor do they want to give Weibo a chance to teleport behind them with their own vision control. NIP, they'll take the victory for what it is. They're even in gold now. Photic can't afford to get caught out again in the same place that Xiao who caught him before, though.
He has flash this time. Maybe it makes the difference. Oh my god, we're happening again. There's the flash, though. Oh, nice little headbutt. Will actually push Xiaohu out. The flash from him will actually be burned. The redemption goes a little bit wide from Weiwei. But it is Photic who survives. We'll have that flash to be revisited on, though, within the next 5 minutes.
Oh, Draw's got to be kicking himself for that one. If he lands that combo, Xiaohu's dead. Probably Baron goes with it. Photic, no flash is a victory for Weibo nonetheless, though. I think it's more important for the Jinx to be away of the taken their defenses away from, but Xiaohu not having flash, it's still awkward for themselves, particularly if you do have to find yourself on top of an equalizer. It's just a stopwatch, and that is about it. We see Xiaohu's mentality, though. We talked about itemization being very important in this game. Angel's not going for the Serpent's Fang, going for the Cyrildas. I think that is a mistake here. I feel like the shielding is getting so much value, but Xiaohu, see that he's not going for consistent DPS. He's going for the engage. He wants to get that Zhonya's second to make more of these big shuffle plays.
That's all he's really looking for. He's just trying to get a lot of the big setups onto Photic. But I will say somebody who's super set up here and has been a facilitator of success is Weiwei for Weibo, right? The fact that this man finds himself back on Weibo Gaming, which was formerly Suning all the way around, and he's having these kinds of performances is incredible, right? NIP looking for a little bit of something. Don't find anything. They'll be revisited cooldown there, but it has been really cool to see Weiwei's resurgence into the league here since his start on Suning S back in 2018.
He's had an incredible game for him. This Ivern has been the difference maker in most of Weibo's won fights, and I think later on as well, the redemption, the shields, they're going to be such a thorn in the side of NIP, particularly as the second cooldowns of those shields come out. That play on the top side, it did feel like NIP were just using the timing to say, look, it's a minute until Dragon. We'll have our ultimate back up at that point. It's already rank 2 from Shadow. It's a bit of a throwaway, potentially gives them a pick off in top side. Sadly, it doesn't work out for them. But they're going to walk back. It does give them some vision control towards top side. They have vision towards that Baron, so Weibo can't get a sneak around that objective, especially with someone like Azir building up to multiple items and being able to fire over the backside of that wall. And IP cannot afford to let vision go on that objective.
NIP with some vision, with Weibo starting up fights is a prime position for them. They have a 4-0 Angel on the Jace, and I think you can play around Weibo's aggression the way that they've been trying to position around these objectives very, very well. And now we'll actually see some push coming through from NIP in mid lane. They're going to TP Invincible here as well and get point and center for this potential Weibo Dragon Soul point.
NIP have won the fights where they're in the river first, so they're trying to force that. That's why the teleport comes out early. You need that equalizer here as soon as possible. Vision line blocked though from Weibo. You don't see the fog of war right now, but those bushes are so hard to fight into. Solar Flare lands.
Flare onto Angel. Nature's Grass comes right back out there. Daisy is already gone, so Big Member out of the fight for Weibo. Crisp tanking all that damage to the face. But Xiaohu, look at him. He's trying to find that angle. He's trying to find that Shurima shuffle on the side. The Redemption actually does so much work there. And the Shy feeling zealous now with the healing at his back. Weibo just poking and prodding wherever they can. Engage denied. Light tried to go in there. Tried to get the big pop, but Apotheosis heals up a decent amount. Crisp on the other side. He goes out. And Photic is excited now. You got to watch out for the man that has almost 40% of his team's damage. Xiaohu cannot be stopped. Izzy's gonna go golden here. Photic wants another one. No, it's Shadow who ends up putting a halt to the Emperor's plans. And NIP goes straight to Baron.
Xiaohu's ult was just too late. Weibo, they try to engage into NIP, and that is exactly what they have wanted all along. There's one tree left standing from the Weibo forest. He's trying to find any way into the pit. I mean, Wei can't get into the pit. He has himself flashed, but he's never going to be allowed close to it.
He's doing so much damage right now. He's going to kill Invincible. Oh my god, no way. Daisy! Daisy! Oh, Wei gets the kill. You got Photic still taking down the Baron. Wei, he's there, 2,000 health. He doesn't have Smite though, so there's no way he can take that objective. It will be the Baron to NIP, but they'll be lacking one purple cape.
Daisy MVP does so much damage. You can't underestimate that champion. 5-0-6. Weibo is trying his absolute best to end this series here. Not bring it to a game 5, but there are some key moments which happen in this fight. Light gets stopped as an engage. The Shy doesn't really get enough Dahlia on the backside either, but watch this. Knock up just as Light goes in. Perfect again from Draw in the heat of the moment. Incredible knockups to stop Crisp in previous fights, and Light here. Flash away from Invincible stops Light getting a kill onto the top laner as well. But this Alistar pick has been monumental from the support of NIP.
Yeah. I will say Crisp actually went out of the healing for Apotheosis. I don't think he wanted to connect that on Photic, and it also gave the excited nature to Photic in the end. So a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of overeagerness from Weibo leads to NIP with a triumphant comeback, and now a 3K lead in 2 minutes on a Baron buff.
I will say when it comes to the Apotheosis, you don't, as a teammate, you don't have to be stood within the radius. It actually has a very long range. It's about the enemies you hit within it, but Light couldn't get enough value in it because we consistently denied access to that fight. Now the Siege comes on with the Baron buff.
Oh my goodness. I see the flank. I see it happening over and over again. Emperor's Divide into the Wombo. Apotheosis this time. The pull-off is easy. And Weibo, they pick apart NIP. There's nothing left, Shwo. You might have had some big headbutt pulverizes, but you'll be cut up into some ground beef.
Weibo, your Emperor has arrived. Azir Shuffle makes the killer blow. Late game Weibo, they stick their heads up high, and even against the Baron, I think they might even be able to take an inhib. I don't think this is the end of the game, but it is an extension beyond what NIP wanted. They overpushed, Weibo punished.
Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. This man finds these incredible flanks. He immediately goes to the side lane trying to capitalize on every moment, and that is an inhib tower down. NIP reeling from that punch to the gut.
Utterly ridiculous these fights are. NIP, this is something which Xiaohu has done to a great many enemies over time. You think of the 2021 MSI winning run, or rather the MSI last year, where 22. Xiaohu is so good at finding walls behind the enemy and finding a way into the backline. He has done this for years. He showed the world how to do it at his various MSI titles, and this is top draw. Angel cannot be safe at this point. Straight into the Solar Flare, and that Apotheosis is the Ascent to Godhood, which Weibo wanted for such a long time in this game.
Zhuo was there. He walked right by him. Lang just went straight in. That was great capitalization from Weibo and unfortunate mistiming for NIP.
This is a difficult spot now for NIP because they don't have themselves a lot of these big flashes. Photic in particular, that's going to be a big one for them to be missing. Invincible as well, not necessarily the easiest person to stay alive. But can Xiaohu find himself that angle once again? No teleport this time, lots of wards on the flanks, it's not going to be easy. NIP still have themselves a lot of items to play with.
The Shy pretty tanky now. Shadow, he wants it. He's going all the way in with the Nature's Grass combo. There's some of the follow-up there as well. Invincible has TP to the fight. He just finished a Void Staff too, but that means they have no real response. Angel's gonna have to be the one to answer Xiaohu, but he's already taken a tier 2 tower.
This is Xiaohu League of Legends. Watch the enemy over push, put down wards where you can, and try and play the map as wide as possible. This is classic Xiaohu, and he's getting great value out of it. It might just win Weibo the series. It's definitely given them some more hope in this game for NIP. They'd love to have a new hope, but sadly, they're on the dark side of that equation. That didn't work out too well for them wanting in that movie. NIP...
Gotta change the jersey.
Yeah, maybe they need to have their away kit. They need to have an away kit, slightly lighter side. But
especially when they're facing against the white light that is Weibo. I will also say Rabadon's death cap completed for Xiaohu. He might be 1-3-6, but the man, the emperor that he has molded into in this series is nothing but greatness waiting on his doorstep. You have the Emperor's Divide there as well and push back Photic. That is a death knell, and that could just be a huge haymaker to NIP. Chris Blance too. Zhuo is there, but he got the TP coming in. That's Angel, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They don't have much damage left now that Photic is gone. Accelerated Shock Blast is there, but they already found Zhuo, and they're still picking apart NIP. The Shy has found Angel too, and a double kill for Light. Can he find a third? They're going to push down the mid lane though, and Shadow's just trying to clear the wave.
Xiaohu has done it again. What can't this man from the mid lane do? Don't tell him it's not spring. He's playing as though he is the Emperor of Spring, but in summer. Photic cannot stand and fight. That flash being down has been absolutely critical. And once again, NIP, they try and find themselves control in a lane. A flank is found in NIP. They fall apart. Angel's not at the fight. They can't stand their ground well enough. And the game once again continues, but each time this happens, it feels like Weibo find another way to stop NIP finding the best result out of their team composition.
This is a soul, an ocean soul to boot, going to Weibo at 33-45. And don't think the steal. Nobody's in range to get hit by that one, so we'll go a little bit wide. But you also have to remember, like, not only is there so much stress, so much pressure on these teams, NIP are trying to make the miracle run from round number 1. It is also on top of your elimination here in the playoffs. Whoever wins here will be the last team that is even in contention for qualification to Worlds in the LPL. And you have to always remember there's 4 slots this year. All teams are foaming at the mouth for that, but Weibo, they seem to want it a little bit more.
So Weibo, they have themselves the Ocean Soul now. That extra ability to shrug off poke is going to be so damn annoying for Ninjas in Pajamas. I think that might be the straw which breaks the camel's back, or in this case, the Ninjas. Turret starting to fire off. That Sun Disc put up to establish territory, and there are so many items now from Weibo. 20 stacks on the Medjais for Weiwei, who has not died on this Ivern. What a great game he's had here from the jungle. Can he see it out, though? Baron started.
Baron is up. Xiaohu on the flank yet again. He has the Sun Disc there, shining some light. Nature's Grasp, the equalizer. There's the combo from NIP, but you have to watch Xiaohu. Light goes in, Apotheosis, and the Emperor's Divide. Everyone going ham for Weibo, and there ain't nobody left to even speak their name for NIP. Zhuo is cut down to the burgers that he's always been, and Weibo, they find the fight and the final nail in the coffin of NIP.
They're not in pajamas anymore, they're in their graves. NIP, their story ends here. 3-1 to Weibo Gaming, and it is all off the back of miracle plays from the Emperor of the mid lane.
They could have tried to make the miracle run, but Weibo wanted a date with LNG. Light wanted a date with his old team, and they show some consistency as they take a 3-1 victory. Weibo Gaming are your winners of this round 2 matchup, and they will confidently stride into round number 3.
How terrifying is it to look across the rift at Weibo in late game? They've had their laning issues, they've had their side laning issues, and sometimes their macro goes a bit awry when they're not ahead in the game. But you hit that hyper late game spot, and it's all about these tricky angles, playing around the flanks. Who better than to rely on than the player that's done it best across history, Xiaohu. This is his style of League of Legends. When he's won international tournaments, he's been through stuff like this. He's done this against the very best players in the world. He'll certainly do it in LPL playoffs. And those plays back-to-back, don't look at his KDA. The KDA is not the indicator here. He made the plays which won this game. He wasn't relied on for the entirety of this series. Light, I think, is probably going to walk away as my series MVP. But Xiaohu in that last game was absolutely the difference maker.
Xiaohu on the Emperor of Shurima. What a better duo you could ask for. The fact that he was able to have this pick so consistently in this series, backed up by the strength and the power that Light was bringing. We got the Kalista, we got the Neela. This team has been functioning so well in this playoff series. This was the first time we got to see them in these playoffs, and we were looking for consistency. I would say maybe go back to the drawing board for some of Game 2 and some of Game 3, but the fact that we get to see them perform when the moment is nigh and knock out NIP, who are trying to make momentum style run, is a really good mark in the right direction for Weibo Gaming.
Now Weibo go on to face LNG, and we have Xiaohu versus Scout.
God, that's such
incredibly
a but
excited
also
for
Light
that matchup.
versus his old team.
Light versus Gala as well, 2 AD carries who have some of the best champion pools in the league right now. Gala, he's been playing a lot of the AP carries. Ziggs, he had a game where he had over 50% of his team's damage. And of course, Gala has Kai'Sa. Every AD carry has Kai'Sa. But Gala has it as like the break in case of emergency, and then the whole world explodes when he starts playing it. That matchup in AD carries is going to be absolutely absurd. And Weiwei, after this series today too, has to be again put into that conversation. The player which was put into this roster to solve a super team which had its issues with cohesion has done more than that. He has been a star in his own right, and that Ivan Gurn game at the end, especially with that early game, really, really showed what he is worth.
Yeah, I think, again, we put it at the very beginning of the day. We had the Shy with the Jester hat. He earned that, by the way, today.
Yeah.
And Angel Wings for Weiwei was so fitting. This guy has been, we were saying savior from the shadows for NIP, but he has been the savior for Weibo, it feels like, really bringing the team together. And while I do expect the MVP to go to Xiaohu, I think that the strengths we got to see from NIP and from Weibo in this series showed a lot for, I guess, looking back on their season, right? And that's where I do want to turn our attention to NIP for just a little bit, because this is the last time we will see them for 2023. They've had a heck of a run, right? They finished 13th in spring. They were able to make it to the playoffs. They were able to take their first round wins and actually have a pretty contested game number 4 against Weibo, who have world's aspirations here.
And also, before they even qualified for playoffs, I mean, they knocked out 5 playoff teams in one series with a 2-0.
The LPL
I don't think that's
pentakill.
ever. I don't know if that's happened in LPL before. Like an LPL team pentakill. I think NIP can still walk away from this split feeling like they achieved something. This wasn't a failure for this organization. It wasn't a failure for this roster. This was a band of different players from different walks of life, and a lot of teams which hadn't worked out for them. Angel on RNG didn't find his place there, really. He never kind of lived up to the promise. Shadow on LGD similarly couldn't make things work there. Joined the remainders of the V5 legacy roster, which had some really high highs, particularly this bot lane of Photo Control. And they made something special happen again. It is sad that their story ends here, but this is how ruthless LPL playoffs are. There are only so many teams which can go forward, and we have an awful lot of teams to choose from. It just so happened Weibo were the better team on the day.
Yeah, my brightest point still is the fact that Shadow and Angel had some really big moments within the regular season and even in playoffs, right? The fact that Shadow has found a comfortable home now and a nice cohesion with a star mid laner in his own right in Angel feels really good for the team. I think Invincible still has some question marks there. He is that kind of tried and true developmental piece for V5 now, Ninjas in Pajamas, but we'll have to check in on them in 2024 because we have to give our congratulations yet again to Weibo, and we'll get into some of the nitty gritty of how this game went. It was our closest game of the series. We had absolutely one-sided games until this one, and Weibo had to sweat for it, but they out-executed when it mattered, and it was Xiaohu who literally had like 6, 7, maybe even 8 different big flanks that were just knocking away at the armor that NIP had equipped.
And the first two deaths of the series for Xiaohu were a little awkward. The first one in lane where he kind of disrespected Shadow, flashing out of the brush. Didn't set him up for success, but he just clawed his way back into relevance.
Yeah.
I love the build which he had. I think going for the Ludens into the Zhonya's, it has more burst potential. And when you're going for the combo, one of the big changes too is it was more damage on the combo and a little bit less in terms of the consistent poke from the Q spam. He really made use of that. And Photic, I think Photic's the one player walking away from this series feeling really, really quite bad because he was outperformed in lane, and in that game, it felt like there was no way he could stand where he was safe. Picked off time and time again, and as something like a Jinx, if you never get to have those clean team fights, you don't add anything to the team. Xiaohu had his number, and that number was consistently dialed in by Weibo.
I gotta shout out Weiwei as well. 6-0 and 18, 96% KP on the Ivern.
Magi's Gaming,
a pick
by the
they
book.
wanted to prioritize there as well. 24 KDA. I think the fact that we saw that answer from Weibo, they were very confident in this style and in this pick composition that Weiwei was able to execute on.
And turns out Ivern that wins the Battle of Fangorn Forest in this particular iteration of
He has
it.
longer legs, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah,
That
short,
being said,
stubby ones over there for
I don't know.
Maokai.
If you've ever played the Ruined King game and you played the Maokai boss fight in that, you know how big that guy is. He's a terrifying guy. And like, going back to, Shadow on the other side of this as well, I feel like Shadow, on an individual level, played very well this series. It really was just the connection between him and losing lanes. That's where it kind of got awkward after that point, where he fell behind and couldn't get anything done after that point.
He looks so damn good.
I think
He looks
that's where
so damn good.
That's where the questions come in, because the Nocturne lost when the bot lane was also losing. When you're playing against a Kalista, you assume you're going to lose that early game, and you look back to those drafts, and sadly for NIP, they're going to have to look there for a very long offseason to say, we messed up that draft probably. That lost as a game straight out of hand. They learned that in game one, and they couldn't manage it later into the series, and that's the sadness of it. Of course, with the Asian games coming in after LPL playoffs, we are going to have a point where we had to bring back the playoffs. It's been very truncated, very concentrated, which means that offseason is going to be even longer for these teams that are knocked out at this point. They have that much longer to sit and rue the mistakes they made, which is a sad eventuality, but that's how ruthless the system is.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It is unforgiving, but it is one that we can appreciate because a lot of effort goes into making sure that you can capitalize on these late season moments. And Weibo, they absolutely did. They have a date with LNG now, and we have our MVP here. I believe it was Xiaohu who does earn his title and his crown as the Emperor of Shurima.
No one's asking Xiao who he is. We absolutely know this guy's name. Gets himself a playoff MVP, and what a game that was. I think when it comes to the greatest mid laners of all time, I think when you put some of those names up, of course, like Faker, I think Rookie's up there too, and Xiao, all of your regular names, right? Knight's probably in that list now. One thing which I think you have to have as a top tier historical mid laner is the ability to give up your life for a good engage and find those critical angles. And Xiao who shows that ahead of so many other players in the same class. And the fact that he's doing this after such a long career as well, still making game-winning plays multiple times in the same game is so exciting to watch. I'm a mid laner by trade. I learn a lot from watching a player like Xiao who just finds ways to tilt the game. If you overpush a lane, he'll find a wall to teleport on and he'll engage into it. He's done it on stuff like Ahri in the past. He does it on Azir time after time. And when it gets to the hyper late game, you just know Xiao has an idea in mind to turn the game around.
And you see little decisive moments like that. It's the literal pixels that divide a lot of these moments, and it's him being such a pressureful moment for Weibo to capitalize on, right? Like these little things where you get these huge Emperor's divides. It was constant flanks all game long. It's something you can't really fight, right? When you're in a game already, you've already gotten your composition, you can't really do anything about it, and you could try to man mark, but you saw even in those later fights, he still found ways to pick out Photic.
And speaking of you can't change the draft and stuff, you can change your build. And again, I want to hit back on that. See the amount of damage he got from that ultimate and those combos? It's because he went for the Ludens. He went for the flat magic pen on top of the Zhonya's. So he could go into stasis, get the burst. It's less about Leandri's ticking down and killing tanks and killing frontline. He knew his job in that game, built appropriately, and got a huge reward out of it. It's a whole team effort, of course, to make sure that the vision control was there. I think particularly the Ivern, putting those brushes up in mid lane to contest the push and to have the Daisy as well be that temporary front line. It helped enable this, but the real home run was Xiaohu making the use of the opportunity he was given.
Yeah, hey, and you got to strike when the iron is hot, and this team of star-studded members are striking. We're going to take a look at the playoffs now. As we see, it was a 3-1 victory for Weibo, where they now lock in a date with LNG. No Light's going to hold that one close and dear, but we also have to look at tomorrow, my friend, as we have an absolute giga banger in our third round. We got TS versus EDG, one step away from Guardian Angel, but also some of our best matchups, Uzi versus Jackie Love. Oh, it's going to be so fun.
I'm kind of interested in the jungle matchup too, because I think Tian and JJ have both had their ups and downs in terms of form. If one of them hits the ground running in that series, that could be the real difference maker. Tian, he's had some great games recently, particularly towards the back end of the regular split. I think that'll be something that EDG need to take into account. We saw what happened when one jungler started to take over in this series just now. It is very hard to play against a jungler that's so far ahead.
And I was just so interested in how one-sided the games were tonight. I feel like we've had some hotly contested series so far. We even had the 5-game silver scrapes last night for EDG, OMG. But you're wondering a lot of that consistency issues if it comes to bear against LNG, because NIP were a team that struggled themselves, right? We had a lot of question marks coming in. They barely scraped into the playoffs, and they did actually crack some of the looks of Weibo. So I'm really wondering if you can find that consistency, if you can leap from faith to faith and go into that game against LNG with high heads, as I expect they do. A lot of confidence built from this NIP win, over NIP rather. And so I particularly think that you see a lot of the consistency issues from the Shy still being the issue.
But he's good enough when he's on that it makes me question this series coming up after this. Because when you look at LNG versus Weibo as well, so spoilers, I put in all of my predictions before the games were even played. So like, I'll just predict the whole bracket.
Mad lad.
I think I have to change this next one because I thought LNG would be on such good form. They're such a formulaic team. They're very hard to rock. They feel like, particularly when Scout gets a lead, the game is just over. I don't know if I can confidently say that now. I think it will be a fun series nonetheless. If Weibo turn up again and Xiao who gets to pull out some of the magic, if Light gets to be such a big force as well, I hope it's a close series for just the entertainment value of it, if nothing else.
Oh, the ADC matchups that we have in front of us, Nightmare, they get so good. Oh, Light versus Gala, it's going to be a blast. But that is it for us today. It's been a heck of a day. It didn't go to Silver Scrapes. We had a banger game number 4, to kick off what will be a very hotly contested rest of our playoffs. Nightmare, it's been a pleasure, but that is it. That is all until tomorrow for the LPL. And that means that next up on the docket is going to be same time, same place, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.